you are our host. speed dating. Who has played that before? Okay, who has had speed dating? Who has heard about it? Speed dating. You've heard about it? Oh, she's heard about it. You've heard about it? Do you know how to play it? Okay, so I'll teach you guys. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. I'm Siwe na Shaka. All right? So this is what we're going to do. If you do not have a neighbor, let's start from there. Please find a neighbor. In the next 1.5 minutes, find yourself a neighbor. Or if the neighbor you're seated next to doesn't seem like they want to talk to you, tafuta ule ambaye anataka kuongea na wewe. Mtafute. Look for a neighbor. So you need us to be in twos? Not necessarily. You just need to have somebody next to you.
Okay.
Do not be on your own. Kama una mtu tafadhali, if you don't have a neighbor, somebody to your right or to your left, please find a neighbor. Usiwe peke yako, sawa? Don't be by yourself. Don't be by yourself. All right. So I see now nobody is on their own. Perfect. Thank you. So if you don't have a partner and you want to come, you can come and join me in Mogul on stage. Okay? You can come and join us. Yeah? So in terms of how you're seated in rows, yeah? I want you to discuss several topics together. Okay? And you only have 1 minute. After 1 minute, you need to move to another person. Okay? You cannot talk to one person for more than 1 minute. All right? Sorry? In that 1 minute, get her number. In that 1 minute. Balance your time. Time ni yako. Dakika ni moja. Time is 1 minute.
All right.
Okay? Oh, lovely. The rains are here.
We thank God for the rains.
Thank God for the rains, yeah. Thank you. So, in 1 minute, all right? And if I see you with the same partner more than once, now you'll be breaking the rules. You'll come and dance for us, right? So that's a nice punishment. You'll come and dance for us, right? So, first topic, ask them, what is your biggest fear? 1 minute. Get to know their biggest fear.
What's your biggest fear?
59. 58. What is your biggest fear? If your neighbor is not neighboring, find another neighbor. Are they neighboring? Okay. Ask them. What is your biggest fear? We have 30 seconds. If you want a number, it is in that minute, by the way. Are we done? Are we done? Okay. Have they told you their biggest fear? Okay. Go to the next neighbor. If you have to stand up and go to the next neighbor. Different question. You cannot have the same neighbor. If you have the same neighbor twice, you come and dance for us. You will dance for us. I see people don't want to dance. Why? I thought tungekuwa na watu wanapenda dance. Fine. Ask your new neighbor. What is your biggest fear in public speaking? Your biggest fear in public speaking. Because I know some of them told you public speaking. Ask them, what is your biggest fear in public speaking? 40 seconds. If you've been looking for his name, you can know today in that 1 minute. 30 seconds. Are they telling you? 29, 28, 25, 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, move. Go to the next neighbor. I'm seeing the dancers. I'm already seeing my dancers. I am seeing them. If I see you with the same person again, you're going to dance for us. I'm seeing my dancers. Okay. You look like you really want to dance for us. Are Are you the new neighbor? Ask them this question. Ask them this question. Who is the founder of the I Speak Society? Ask them. And if they don't know, tell me. The founder of the I Speak Society. Jirani yako hajui jamani? Hajui? Oh, okay, anajua. 60 seconds. Hii hata nimewapatia muda mwingi sana. Hii inafaa kuwa 30 seconds. Haya, hajui. Haya, let's move. Next neighbor. Go to the next neighbor. Huyo hajui tafadhali, usimwambie. Next neighbor. I have a whole group of dancers here. Thank you. You will dance for us. Thank you. Ask your new neighbor this new question. Wogun, please pick for me my dancers. I really need dancers today. So, ask your new neighbor.
Where are the dancers? Yes. You.
Does mental health, are you listening to my question? Does mental health affect the quality of your life? Ask them that. And if so, how? Does mental health affect the quality of your life? And if so, why? Mental health. You have 40 seconds to finalize on that. 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33. Mental health. And does it affect the quality of your life? Okay. Next neighbor. Let's move. It's called speed dating. Speed. Si lazima ujue jina lake la tatu, sawa? Jina ya kwanza tu imetosha, si ndio? Na uchukue namba na basi tusonge. Alright? Aya, ask your new neighbor. Tell them neighbor. Ask them neighbor. Are you on social media? Muulize sasa, si mimi. Hey, me I'm on social media. Ask your neighbor. Are they on social media? Okay, ask them this next question. Have you made money through social media? Wamepata ngapi? Sufuri. 0. Hai. Muulize jirani jameni, 0. Na una account. Muulize kabisa. Okay, next neighbor. It's called speed dating. You have her number. Thank you. Move. My brother, let's just move. One name is enough, Let's move. One name is enough. You don't need two. Jina tu la kwanza hata la Facebook. Waweza mtafuta baadaye, si ndio? Aya, ask your new neighbor. Is this a new neighbor? Hawa nakaa katika kutupea dance.
Grace.
Aya.
I think I have dancers here.
You have dancers?
I'm seeing some dancers here.
Okay. Mark them for me. They will entertain us today. Yeah. So ask your new neighbor. So since your previous neighbor has either made money through social media or not, ask them, neighbor, have you attended a masterclass before? Ask them now. Have they? And if they tell you yes, ask them how much a masterclass is. Waulize walilipa mangapi? Wako walilipa mangapi? How much was the masterclass? How much was it? Somebody shout. 3,000. Hey, kwani wewe ulienda masterclass yangu? Manake yangu pia ilikuwa 3,000. Aya, How much did they pay? Okay, ask them, what was the masterclass about? What was the masterclass about? Aya, next neighbor. Ndio wengine wasianze kuitishadi jina za babu sasa. Ati kwenyu ni wapi? Umetokea wapi? Aya, new neighbors and new dancers. I'm seeing new neighbors, new dancers. I see. My new neighbors and my new dancers. All right. So ask your new neighbor. Ask them, neighbor. Ask them, neighbor. Ask them, neighbor. What do you think about the social media in Kenya? How do you think it is?
I think I'll be collecting the answers.
Yes?
I'll be collecting the answers.
Yes, thank you, Mugu.
Yeah.
Ask them about what they have seen in the social media space in Kenya. Na nimekuambia kama jirani yako aongei na wewe, tafadhali kuja hapa ukuwe jirani yangu, sawa? I also want people to discuss with. Tafadhali kuja tu hapa mbele tuzungumze, si ndio? Ask your neighbor, what do they think about the social media space in Kenya? Jirani yako anaongea sana. Aya, next neighbor. Huyu anajua. Aya, twende next neighbor. Next neighbor. Next neighbor. My dancers. East side nina watu wengi wanapenda dance. Wengi sana. My very good friend in yellow. The yellow shirt. You've been moving but you've backslided. Thank you. Thank you. I see you're back on track. So ask your new neighbor. Ask them, neighbor. Ask them, neighbor. Have you been a victim of social media bullying?
Have you been a victim? I have.
Ask them if they have been a victim of social media bullying.
In a beach, and then now people saw it. Like we were with some of my friends. Apparently, one of those ladies there was married friend of my friend. So people thought that we were.
Ask them, have they been bullied on social media?
Somebody's wife over here.
Steve, you can join me on stage.
Yes.
Thank you.
But I'm having very interesting answers this
Yes,
side.
tell me about it.
I'm seated with Mike. Yes, I got his name. He's telling me he's been bullied on social media before.
Oh, sorry.
He posted a picture with someone's wife. And they were standing on a beach
What?
to make it worse.
What?
You can imagine.
Oh my
and so
goodness.
people were assuming he's a wife snatcher.
Oh,
You know, they were bullying him because of that.
In fact, if your neighbor has been a victim, please give them a hug for me.
Yeah,
Hug
your
them
neighbor.
for me. I'm giving you the opportunity, my brother. Hug her today. Usiseme sikuwapatia wakati wa kujuana, si ndio?
Hug somebody.
Hug them. If yes, hug them. Tell them, my sister, sorry,
Thank you,
my
ma'am.
brother, sorry.
Oh, if you're seated with a brother, well, you know. You did.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. So, go to your next neighbor. Huyo mmejuana sana. Haya, twende kwa mwingine sasa. Huyo amezidi sasa.
Yes.
Haya. My dancing team, are you there? Sina watu wapenda dance jamani.
Are they done with the questions?
Okay. So, Mogul, give us a question.
A question. Ask them, what's your most embarrassing relationship? Your most embarrassing relationship. And what happened? Who did what? Did you pocket someone's fare? Your most embarrassing relationship. Because you've been in relationships before. Well, yeah. Your most embarrassing relationship. Discuss. 20 marks.
Na nimekwambia usonge, kwa hivyo kama uko na yule. Shaka.
Your most embarrassing. Ladies, you can tell them, so I had this guy and he was broke and he...
Broke is not embarrassing. Yeah. Broke is not embarrassing.
Yeah.
There is embarrassing. It's not broke.
What's your most embarrassing relationship?
It was not a relationship. The fact that it was embarrassing.
What is
It
it?
was not a relationship. Tell your neighbor, ini yangu mimi na Steve jamani. Wacha jirani yako akwambie yake.
You know, have you ever been in a relationship with someone and then you ask yourself, What was I thinking? Was I blind or... We meet with these people, right? You meet with someone.
I think it's not necessarily a relationship, Steve.
We call it character.
Ask your neighbor, what was your worst date?
We call it character development.
Wanna develop it?
Character development.
Ask them what their worst date was.
And you said, from today, me and men, for the next 5 years.
Kama endeshi CX5 plus, asiniongeleshe. Na we kama mwanaume ukasema, ukiona mepaka peka makeup hivi, toroka. And
also, by the way, Grace, tell someone, we'll walk around and sample the answers.
Yes.
Tell someone, what was your best relationship? Whatever this person did to you, oh my God, even if you remember, you can cry. Someone, the best thing that ever, this guy.
Your best and your worst.
This guy, yes. This guy was the whole world to me. I never knew we'd break up, you know. I never knew we'd separate.
Shoot Satan. How what we do? Shoot Satan. Cock your gun. Shoot Satan. Devil of it. Shoot Satan. How what we do? Shoot Satan. Cock your gun. Shoot Satan. Watch. Devil of it. You might think me a speak.
Amekuambia their worst and their best. Mogul, you tell us, what was your best? Wataka kusikia? What was your best?
I want to hear. Let me sample them. I want to hear you in red. Let me come. Yes, DJ. How are you? Please stand with me. Tell us your name and tell us your best relationship. How was this guy treating you? What did he buy? Oh my God, he took you out for almost very good things. Your best.
Oh, Jesus. Thank you so much for the opportunity. First of all, the best relationship I ever had is with Jesus.
Oh.
According to me, I've had relationships, but I don't think I ever had the worst relationship. I had good experiences. Thank you.
Wow. She had good experiences.
Hey.
How good? What happened? What made the experience good?
Adventure. I had a lot of adventure. Obvious love. Nilipendwa.
So,
hey, what matters ni alipendwa, Steve?
yes, she was loved. That's nice. You felt loved. Oh, good. I know that feeling. Have you ever felt someone loving you genuinely? And you've never.
Steve, how about you also sample? What was your best date experience?
Mine?
Yes, date. Your best date. You don't have to have dated her, but it was the best.
We just went out.
And
okay, my best date, we traveled to Garissa County. One night out. And in that night, we really prayed, you know, for the nation, for, you know, very many things. It was, we were fasting, so we just continued.
Really?
So, yes.
I don't know if I ever went to Garissa to pray. For mine, I think my best experience on a date was, I had gone for a date, and then that time it was raining. So, you know how you can come out of a car, alafu kanyage matope? So nilitoa mguu moja hivi, nikaingia kwa matope. So I thought the guy would be like, wow, sasa umeingia kwa matope wewe. You know what he did? Alienda kanunua maji ya kunywa, akaja akaniosha miguu.
Yes.
That was my best. I didn't even care about the food. I was like, yani umeniosha miguu. Kiesu yani.
So-
that was the best.
So let's move on quickly to the next question. Do we have mentors? Do you have a mentor? The next topic is let's have a brief about mentorship. That's one of the topic which will be handled today.
Yes.
Mentorship. Who is your mentor? Who are you looking up to? Why are you looking up to them? Because of how they dress? Because of how they talk? What do you like about them? About your mentor, that is. What would you love to be when you grow up? I believe we are growing up. Yes. So do you have mentors? Do you have a mentor right now?
Ask your neighbor, do you
Ask
have
your
a mentor?
neighbor. Ask your neighbor. Ask him whether they have a mentor. For real, you know you have a mentor. DJ.
Buda, chakula KDL. Asanti.
God bless Noel. Come on, cover with the dancing step. There you go. Kingo service. Kula neno. Kango. Kula neno. What? KDL. Kula neno. Kango. Kula neno. What? KDL.
Very good spiritual mentor, but may not have knowledge about your field, right? Maybe if you're doing medicine and they did theology, yeah?
And then you can ask him, have you ever met with your mentor?
Yes.
Have you met before? Have you talked?
Are they a virtual mentor?
Let me go inside and listen to what people are saying.
All right.
Yes. So I'm sat here with a beautiful lady.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm fine.
What's your name?
Phoebe.
Phoebe. Appreciate Phoebe. You're looking amazing. You're beautiful. You're what's it called? I keep forgetting. First year, second year?
No, I'm actually a guest.
Thank you. She's our guest. Thank you. Appreciate our guest, Phoebe.
Yes.
Thank you for coming. You're so welcome to today's event, Pony University I Speak Society.
Yes.
So tell us, do you have a mentor?
Currently, I don't think so.
I think we should stand. Let's stand, Phoebe, so that
Okay.
people can see us. You have a mentor? Currently, you don't think so. Is there anyone you look up to?
Okay, the person I look up to currently is my mom.
Wow, her mom. Please appreciate her.
Woo!
That's anything to do with mom, a mother. Our mothers. Oh, don't. Why your mom?
Because she's been so supportive of my dreams, and right from childhood, she's just been there for me.
She's been there to support your dreams. Oh my God. Her mom supports her dream. What's your dream?
Okay, one time I want to become a lecturer. Yeah, so currently I'm pursuing business. So she actually has been there for me. So
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Phoebe. Phoebe, Phoebe has reminded me of how a mom can really support her children. There's something to do with mothers and their children, And so for her mom to be her first mentor, it's so nice, Phoebe. That's so nice. We appreciate that. On to the next one. Yes. Do you have a mentor? Please stand so that people can appreciate him. Appreciate him. You have a mentor?
Yes.
Who's your mentor?
My mentor is my dad.
Hey!
Oh, wow.
Hey! That's unique. Your mentor is your dad. Why?
Because my dad always support me. He never disappoint me. And one day I would like to become like him because he's just passionate according to me.
He's passionate? Ah, that's so nice. What's your name?
My name is Chibu Shabir.
Chibu. Let's appreciate Chibu.
Yay.
So Chibu has a mentor. His mentor is his dad. Wow, that's a father-son. This was a mother-daughter. This is a father-son. That's so strong and so powerful. You have a good relationship with your dad. That's very good and encouraging and inspirational. Thank you so much. I guess, Grace?
Yes.
Oh, I was looking for you. Let's hear from you. Do you have a mentor?
Do I have a mentor? Yes. And I think as I was saying, I have mentors for different things. Yeah?
Yeah.
But of course, just as they said, their mother and their father are a mentor. I think I also share the same sentiments.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think your parents, they know you better than anyone else.
Yes.
They know you better than anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think, yes, getting to see that person that you look up to. Yeah. Why? I haven't had somebody with a mentor who they've never met. Somebody you admire in your place of gifting, in your place of... sorry, I think we'll have to move around quite a bit.
Putting some things in order.
Sorry for that, just to make this place a bit more cozy.
Yes.
All right, and just as I was saying, okay, I know we are all concentrating on this now, and that's okay.
DJ, you can give us something.
Yes, give us a number.
Natamani kwangu ni kuondoke nitembea
Whose partner did not have a mentor? Who had a neighbor who didn't have a mentor? It's okay not to have a mentor. It's just that we're going to help you today. Tell us, did you have a partner? All your neighbors had mentors. All of them had mentors. Huh? Talk to me, Pwani University. All your neighbors had mentors. Okay, perfect. So tell your neighbor, shh. Shh. A moment of silence.
I have been visiting high schools for missions, and by the grace of God, I've also had great opportunities to sit in highly distinguished spaces in the corporate and political world. One thing I realized is that each and every one of us, whether rich or poor, religious or not religious, learned or illiterate, black or white, we shall always have something that we shall have to encounter in this life that shall either make us or break us. Life has a way of pushing us to the wall the moment we are born. You start fighting for your destiny. What will matter most is who's on your side as you're fighting.
So a round of applause for the one and only Steve Mugu for that. Yeah, so that is The Journey of a Dreamer by Benihin Walubengo. Yeah, that is the book we are focusing on today. That is the man from whose oil we will all benefit from today. All right. So as you join me on stage, Steve, maybe. Yes, and just getting to bring more about the book. I see Benny is here. Nice to see you, but we'll do a better welcome even as Steve comes on stage.
Yes. As can we talk about networking? Just have a brief about networking.
Yes.
Being among the topics that will be handled or tackled today.
Yes, Stephen. I think I like how we have been getting to know each other better.
Yeah.
So get yourself a new neighbor. One more time. Get yourself a new neighbor. Let's move ahead. Stand up, arise and go, arise and move. Oh, I have so many dancers here. So I said, let me remind us the rules. Let me remind us the rules. The more you don't move, the more you dance for us. Find yourself a neighbor. Find yourself a neighbor. Find yourself a new neighbor. If the neighbor you have doesn't seem like the one to talk to you, kuja uniambie. All right? All right? Okay. So discuss with your new partner. So we are still waiting for some to settle in. So Mugu, give us the question of the time.
Yes, concerning networking?
Yes.
What is networking? Let's start from there.
That's a good question. So what is networking? Ask your neighbor, what is networking? Let's start from that point. Muulize jameni, kama jirani yako haneni nawe kuja basi hapa tuzungumze pamoja, si ndio? Ask them, what is networking for you?
DJ, as you prepare for me county to county.
Yes.
Prepare for me county to county, something from Machakos, something from Western,
yes.
Something from
we have to dance.
Nyanza, something from prepare for me county to county playlist.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, you're getting the county to county DJ. As my favorite dancers prepare their...
All right, so what is networking? Ask your neighbor one last time, what is networking? Do they know what networking is? So maybe somebody courageous to tell us what the neighbor said about networking? Yes, thank you. You seem like you have something. Come and tell us. So let's give her a round of applause as she just comes and tells us what networking is. A round of applause, Pwani University.
Yes.
Thank you, and I want us to have that kind of energy throughout the day, all right?
DJ.
So tell us a little bit,
what is
networking? What did your neighbor tell you about networking? Here's my mic, sweetie.
Okay, I'm Jane Maina. I think networking is having to interact with different kind of people.
Okay. Having tend to interact with many kinds of people. Okay, who has a different answer? Let's appreciate her. Thank you. Who has something different to tell us? Yaweza kuwa lugha tofauti kidogo, lakini we are all hitting towards the same point. Who has something different? A gentleman this time. My very good friend in pink. Your discussions have lengthened. Maybe, oh, yes, please. Thank you. Let's appreciate him. Thank you so much for your courage.
Yes, I'm Andrew Minor. I think networking actually is a process of meeting new people in a business context or a social context. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate him. I see we have a lot of minors, and DJ, I'm waiting for that county by county playlist just for us to be able to sit and, dance to the different types of music, yeah? So that is what networking is, yeah? Getting to sit, and sometimes it could be a 1 minute. Ask your neighbor one more time. Have you done something called an elevator pitch? Ask your neighbor. An elevator pitch. It's 1 minute. So you're out there, you have this amazing idea, and you want to sell it out. You give out something called an elevator pitch, all right? An elevator pitch is very short, 1 minute. An investor has told you, Minor, please tell me, what is your business about? Ask your neighbor, have you done an elevator pitch before? Have they? Ask them if they've done an elevator pitch before. And so nice to have you, Benny. I see... thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. Thank you. All right. So what is your neighbor telling you? Have they done an elevator pitch before? Have they? No, they haven't done an elevator pitch. Oh, Benny, here's your crowd. All right. So we are here for that kind of solution, yeah? To teach you how to make money with what you have. All right? Look at your social media accounts. I'm sure as we were doing the speed dating, your different neighbors have told you whether they have a social media account, what they do with their social media, right? Yes. So as Steve comes back with me on stage, yeah? And just getting ready with that county by county playlist. If there's a seat in front of you, please move to the front. If there's a seat in front of you, please move to the front. If there's a seat in front of you, please, let's move. Yes, thank you. I love the cooperation. I see we are now getting there. Thank you. Pwani University, if there's a seat in front of you, please move. Let's get closer so that we're able to, be together. Thank you. So I see people at the very back. I want to assume that's just protocol, but if not, please join us inside the tent. Please join us inside the tent. Protocol team at the very back. I see the marketing team is there. So if you're not part of the marketing team, please come to the front. All right. So DJ, I'm assuming you're almost ready in a minute or two? 2 minutes? All right. Thank you for how fast you're going. So I see people moving. Please, let's come inside the tent. People at the very, very back, please make your way to the front. If you're not part of the protocol team, please text your friends. Now we are starting off, yeah? We see Benny is in the house. So have your seat, make yourself comfortable. And as I told you in the morning, and you will remember me, that by the end of the day, you will have wanted to sit at the front. You will have wanted to sit at the front. So make your way to the front. If I were you, I would do that, yeah? Let's make our way to the front so that those who come late can see their way through, yeah, to sit at the very back. Thank you. I think we're now seated quite well. I hope you're comfortable, yeah? So live and direct again from Pwani University. Thank you, Steve, for joining me on stage.
Yes, thank you, Grace.
And yes.
All right. Ushers and our protocol ensure you show people to their seats.
Yes.
Front seats especially.
An amazing job so far, actually. So please move people to the very front. Thank you so much.
I'm yet to understand there's a group of very many people at the back.
Yes.
I do not know exactly what they're doing, but...
Okay, so I can see people coming in. I understand people were in church. So it's good to have you guys join us even at this time.
So you people know we have special performances today. We have artists.
Yes.
Are you aware? We have started. Comrades. Are you there? If you can hear me, just wave. Thank you.
Oh, yes,
Thank
I
you.
love the energy.
Comrades power. Comrades power. Comrades zaga. Comrades zaga. Yes. So we want to invite one of our special artists to sing for us among the special artists who are here to bless us with what God blessed him with. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
For
I had not given you instructions.
You have to tell us, Steve.
Put your hands together. You'll respond. For.
Okay.
Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Timam.
Put your hands together for the one and only Timam.
Yes.
Thank you. So you will be blessed, I must say. Yeah? So thank you, Timam. Join us on stage. Let's appreciate him even better.
Timam is a gospel artist.
He's a gospel artist and we sell to you anointed of the Lord. Thank you so much. So, Timam, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Yeah. Pwani University, how are you? Mko shwari? Unajua sisi watu wa kutoka bara Kiswahili inaweza teleza kidogo. Nikisema mko shwari niko sawa? Niko sawa? I'm okay. Sawa. My name is Timam Evans, and above all I am born again. I am a gospel artist. I sing worship, but I do it in Sheng. I want to read to you guys a verse. Let me do it in a few. It's in First Corinthians 14:10. The Bible says, "Assuredly there are many different languages in the world, yet none of them is without meaning." Ambia mwenzako Mungu pia anasikia Sheng. Anasikia Sheng, si ni kweli? Yeah, DJ, give me one song. Moja tu, shuka tu, umguze. Tizama alivokuja, asirudi vile. Hiyo nafsi moja tu, shuka tu, umguze. Tizama alivokuja, asirudi vile. It's just important niwafunze pia tuimbe pamoja, si ndio? Aya. Hiyo nafsi moja tu, shuka tu, umguze. Tizama alivokuja, asirudi vile. Hiyo nafsi shuka tu, umguze. Tizama alivokuja, asirudi vile. Hiyo nafsi shuka tu, Yo, Mr. DJ. Aya, naona nyinyi wajanja, mnashika haraka. So let's go. Hiyo nafsi moja tu, shuka tu, umguze.
Kama boom boom twaf naomba ningepata.
From the start, okay.
Hii nyimbo inaweza kosa kutrend, waseme haina wow factor. Wanadai mamresh kwa video, wanataka maboom boom twaf naomba ningepata. Huyo mmoja ambaye amechoka, anahisi there's more to life. Kwa hakika hii, aya, now that's your part. Hiyo nafsi moja tu, shuka tu, umguze. Tizama alivokuja, asirudi vile. Hiyo nafsi moja tu, shuka tu, umguze. Tizama alivokuja, asirudi. Sikia. Aya, amechoka na addiction za majani,
fela tindikali kuwaleta kejani mfungue. Na sister amechoka na kubebwa kimandazi, kutumika na machali, anatamani yawe waifi one day. Haya, nipatie mkono. Hiyo nafsi moja tu, shuka tu umguse, nionyeshe ishara, tizama alivyokuja, asirudi vile. Hiyo nafsi moja tu, shuka tu umguse, tizama alivyokuja. Haya, tuimbe kama kwaya sasa, simelewa. Hiyo nafsi moja tu, shuka tu umguze, tizama alivyokuja. Asifanye nini? Asirudi vile. Hiyo nafsi moja tu, shuka tu umguze, tizama. Haya, nipatie makofi kidogo tu hapo tu. Sikia, utawacha 99 ufikie mmoja, we ni mchungaji. Wangapi wanajua utawacha 99? Utawacha 99 ufikie mmoja, we ni mchungaji mwema. Kama umeelewa, makofi kidogo na tuimbe. Utawacha 99 ufikie mmoja, we ni mchungaji. Wewe mchungaji, utawacha 99 ufikie mmoja, we ni mchungaji mwema. Wewe mchungaji mwema, we ni mchungaji mwema. Wewe ni mchungaji mwema, wewe ni mchungaji mwema. Hata nikusikie. Utawacha 99 ufikie mmoja, we ni mchungaji. O mchunga pamoja, utawacha ufikie mmoja, we ni mchungaji mwema. Sasa nipatie na utawacha ufikie mmoja, we ni mchungaji. Wewe mchungaji, utawacha nice na ufikie mmoja, we ni mchungaji mwema. Father Lord, that is our prayer today, that tunabambika sana that uliacha 99 ndio kuja kufikia mmoja. We know, Jehovah God, that even if I was the only person here in the world, that Jesus bado angekam na angedai. Hata kama udema kwa hapa, uchalia kwa hapa, kama ni yeye peke yake alikuwa kwa hii world, bado ungekam na ungedai juu yake. And Father Lord, tunasema hiyo nafsi moja yenye imekam leo hapa hivi, asirudi home venye alikam, akuwe impacted na zile vitu watasikia hapa, wale watu wataspeak hapa hivi, wakuwe watu wakuimpact the souls that are here, that they will not go back home the same way that they came. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Tunaona na baadaye.
Thank you so much. A better round of applause for Timam. Hey, Pwani, a better round of applause. Thank you so much. And that's the kind of energy I want throughout the day, all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Timam, for blessing us
with
so
much. God bless you.
What God blessed you
all
with.
The oil over your head, mate.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, this is I Speak Society.
Yes.
And we are here 2023 at Pwani University, Kilifi County, and it's going down. We are live on YouTube at Benihin Walubengo. We are live on Facebook at Benihin Walubengo. He is founder. He'll be gracing the stage hours or minutes later. But we need to invite another artist to bless us with something, you know.
So it is my distinguished honor to welcome the one and only Naspan Brian. A better round of applause, Pwani. I need some more love and energy. Thank you, all right? Let me tell you, sometimes I think, Benny, this people don't understand. Coming to the stage is a whole courage, all right? We come here fearful. We come here afraid, all right? You're not sure whether people will accept you, okay? So for my sake, tell your neighbor, for grace's sake. Tell your neighbor, hajasikia mwambie, for grace's sake. Please give her sake. Say, give her sake. So, Pwani University, the one and only Naspan Brian. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, your stage is yours, thank you.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Kwa majina naitwa Naspan, nimeokoka, nampenda Mungu. I am a singer-songwriter, a recording artist, and have several songs, but I want to sing one song. Ambia neighbor yako, undying love, unending grace, upendo wake uko rada, ulinitoa kwenye blanda. Ambia neighbor yako tena, undying love, unending grace, upendo wake uko rada, ulinitoa kwenye blanda. So tunaongelelea love ya God. Ni wangapi wame-encounter love ya God? Ni wangapi wame-encounter mercy? Wangapi wame-encounter grace? So that is the whole language in the song. It comes from a personal story. And I remember the first time I was doing an interview of Timam Evans. There's a show we have called Prodigy Tales. And when I went home that day, I had something I wanted to write about. But then I found his style of music inspired me, and I decided, like, let me do a song, and it will be easier to communicate it in Sheng language. So, my guys pale nyuma. So, tunaimba your chorus pamoja. Those words are the chorus. Inaenda, undying love, unending grace, upendo wake uko rada, ulinitoa kwenye blanda. So, my guys pale nyuma. So mkumbuke tunaimba hii chorus pamoja. Song inaanza na chorus. We almost there. And we're there. Undying love, unending grace, upendo wake uko rada, ulinitoa kwenye blanda. Tusaidiane. Undying love, unending grace, upendo wake uko rada, ulinitoa kwenye blanda. My best part. Hakuna mali neema iwezi fika, kanitoa kwenye dhambi kasafisha, rada yangu light up sina giza, safety amenipa niko intact, fanya chombo chake mimi nimejipa, pendo wake shakes up every fear, wadi yako nina medi na kitu ninapata ni. Tuimbe chorus pamoja. Undying love, unending grace, upendo wake uko rada, ulinitoa kwenye blanda. Undying love, undying grace, na upendo wake uko rada, ulinitoa kwenye blanda. Wale wa masi ni mara
ngapi tabia zangu zimekuwa kwenye cycles, najaribu kuzifuta kama typos, kumbe text yako ndio suluhisho. Maana mwanadamu huruma zake kwangu hazitoshi mboga, nahitaji neema yako bora, Yesu badilikiwe nitosha.
Najivunia msalaba, aibu yake nitabeba, heri njia zake ni za wema,
zitanipa uhai, ashasema najivunia msalaba, aibu yako nitabeba, heri njia zake ni za wema, na zitatupa uhai, ashasema undying love, unending grace. Ambia jirani wako upendo wake uko rada, ulinitoa kwenye blanda. Undying love, undying love, unending grace. Upendo wake uko rada, ulinitoa kwenye blanda. One last time. Undying love, unending grace. Upendo wake uko rada, ulinitoa kwenye blanda. Softly. Undying love, unending grace. Upendo wake uko rada, ulinitoa kwenye blanda. Mbarikiwe sana.
So a better round of applause for Naspan Brian.
Yes.
Thank you. I see the energy is going up a bit. Thank you.
Yes, we still have a lot in line for us, but before we go on, I'd love people to say hi to one another formally and officially, So can you please be upstanding? I'm requesting, let's stand, please, everyone. Just stand. Stand a bit. I need us to turn to someone on your left and on your right. Give them a high five. Let's start with the high five. Just a simple high five with a smile, Yes. A simple high five.
No, high five, my good.
High five.
We've been on this stage all this time.
I'm holding everything. Turn to the other one. High five. Someone on your back. High five.
And as I said, if your neighbor is not neighboring, find another neighbor.
If they're not giving you a high five with a smile.
This is your opportunity to move.
Walk around. Give someone your high five.
This is your opportunity to move.
Yes, high five with a smile. I love that smile. Thank you very much indeed. Cameras, are you getting these beautiful smiles? I hope so. Okay, let's give someone a high 10. Give someone a high 10, a high 10, you know.
So how do we do this, Mogo?
High 10? Okay. Yeah. Turn to someone on the other side, give him a high 10, tell with a smile, a high 10 with a smile, tell them you look amazing, you look beautiful. Okay, give someone a high 15,
That's like
a high 15, let's go, Tell them high 15. If they're not giving you a high 15, look for another neighbor with a smile.
I don't have 3 hands. I only have 2.
Look for the third one.
Oh, really?
A high 15. Is he giving you? Is she giving you a high 15? Give someone a high 20. High 20. Give him a high 20. Look at someone, tell them if it's a lady, she's dressed well, you look amazing, I love your dress. Who's your designer? I'd love to borrow some tips. If it's a gentleman and they have some nice...
See me later for my tailor.
Yes.
See me later.
And if you look at someone...
You might attend.
Yes. If you look at someone and they look beautiful or amazing, tell them, if whoever is sat beside you is cute baby, tell them, buju buju. Buju buju. Come on, tell them you look beautiful.
So I see gentlemen here wondering, do I tell my fellow gentleman a buju buju? I mean, advise all of us, Steve.
If it's a gentleman, tell him, I appreciate you, sir. You look amazing.
Wambie Buddha, yo. Firi.
I appreciate it.
Wambie Buddha, eh?
But if it's a lady, buju buju. Baby shark, do. Yeah, Tell her, that's it, that's enough. Okay, let's have our seats. Let's
have amazing seats.
As we sit, we are calling on stage the next artist to bless us with what God has blessed him with.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Before you do that, remember, for my sake.
Yes.
For my sake. What did you tell your neighbor? For grace's sake, do what? Give her what? Give her what? Pony University, give her what? Thank you. I want that kind of energy. So, Mugu.
You have said give her psych. I think I'm inviting a he.
Yes. No, give me psych. So they are giving you psych. Yeah.
Pony University. Yes. Comrades, give it up for Jeremy.
And let's appreciate him until he gets on stage. Jeremy, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. So Jeremy, the stage is yours. All right.
Hi. Tuko fiti. Mko poa sana. Yeah, my name is Jeremy Gerardi. I'm a worship minister, a music director, and also a producer. Yeah, I have so many songs, but I want just to sing the song yenye najua kila mtu anajua, and then you'll go kwa YouTube, utasikiza zingine zenye nimefanya. Si ndio? Yeah, so unaweza simama tu kidogo please, because I know his songs unazijua. We can sing these songs together. Instrumental, please.
Baba, umejua kunifurahisha. Baba, umenifuta machozi. Ndio, umejua kunifurahisha. Baba, nitakusifu milele. Baba, umejua kunifurahisha. Baba, umenifuta machozi. Ndio, umejua kunifurahisha. Baba, nitakusifu milele. Come on, say Baba, umejua. Sauti yako. Baba, umenifuta. Ndio, Baba, oh, sema tena, sema hey Baba, sikia sauti yako. Hey Baba, umenifuta machozi. Daddy, oh, hey Baba, nitakusifu milele. Umerudisha tabasamu langu usoni, umerejesha na furaha yangu moyoni, umenijibu kwa wakati nisiyozani. Baba, umejua kunifurahisha, umerudisha tabasamu langu usoni, umerejesha na furaha yangu moyoni, umenijibu kwa wakati nisiyozani. Baba, umejua kunifurahisha. Hey Baba, hey Baba, umenivuta machozi. Ndio, hey Baba, nitakusifu milele. Baba yangu Baba, hey, hey, hey. Say hey Baba, umenifuta machozi. Ndio, umejua. Hey Baba, nitakusifu milele. Cheza kidogo tutende. Cheza kidogo tu. Cheza kidogo tu. Yes, yeah, sing this song Wema Wako, na tukimaliza, and then I'll, yes, thank you. Tuna hivi tu. Weka mikono yako juu. Volume please.
wema wako si kwa wakati wa furaha tu. Weka mikono juu. Wema wako pia wakati, sema yes. Wema wako haupimiki kwa majira fulani tu. Wema wako ni kila wakati na kila nyakati. Sema hata sasa ni mwema, tunapoima ni mwema, tunapolia na tunapocheka tunapopanda hata tunapovuna. Nyosha mkono, sema wewe ni mwema, wewe ni mwema, umema, wewe ni mwema, umekuwa mwema kwetu Bwana, wewe ni mwema, umema, wewe, sema unatupenda, wewe unatupenda zaidi, wewe ni mwema. Wema wako Yesu, wema wako ni kama mchanga, siwezi kuhesabu. Wema wako ni kama mchanga, siwezi kuhesabu. Wema wako ni kama maji yanayomiminika bila kukoma. Mtu apinge na Nairobi, Mombasa, Kilifi, Yesu hayataacha kutoka. Sema hata sasa ni mwema, tunapoimba ni mwema, tunapocheka tunapolia. Let's go. Say wewe ni mwema, wewe ni mwema, wewe ni mwema, ni mwema zaidi, unatupenda bure, wewe ulinganishi na upendo wa wanadamu, wewe piga mikono yako juu. Wewe ni mwema, paza sauti, sema wewe ni mwema, umwema, wewe unatupenda, Yesu unatupenda penda zaidi. Yesu wewe ni mwema, sema unatupenda wewe, sema wewe ni mwema, wewe ni mwema. Pigia Yesu makofi kwa wema wake.
And Jeremy, just before you leave stage, yeah, wapi makofi ya Jeremy? I don't know why, but I just want you to go on. Can you give us 2 more? Do you want 2 more? Do you want 2 more? So DJ, just give us 2 more. We are so blessed. In fact, we can dance for you right here. Yeah. All right, wapi makofi ya Jeremy. 2 more. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, maybe Jeremy, tell us a little something about yourself. Tuambie.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, vile nimesema tu, naitwa Jeremy Gerati. Yeah, I'm a worship minister. Tunafanya kazi ya Mungu pale Nairobi, and tunashukuru God. Tulikuwa na project yenye ilikuwa inaitwa Worship Altar Season 1. Ilikuwa Nairobi Cinema the 12th March, na tulifanya live recording. Kuna project mob sana zinakuja, ziko pale YouTube. I think on that next week, this coming week, kutakuwa video itakuwa hapo kwa YouTube. It's a live recording.
Yes.
Na ni songs poa sana.
Yes.
Yeah, sikutaka nianze kuimba sahi. Because it's
so
a new
tell us
project.
about this live recording. How can we be part of it? Tell us about it. How can we be part of it?
Okay, it's an event yenye huwa tunafanya once per year. Yeah, tunaita ministers wengi, like Sunday tulikuwa na Evelyn Wanjiru, Tumaini Akilimali, Pastor Robert Burale, Frank Mtakatifu, Mike Manoa, Anita Flo. Walikuwa zaidi ya 8. Even the man of God Benini alikuwa pia hapo.
Yes.
Walikuwa wengi sana na ilikuwa baraka sana. Ukiingia kwa Facebook uangalie Minister Jeremy Gerard, utapata hizo pictures. The event ilikuwa powerful. And na tunajua bado after kumaliza season 1 Nairobi, season 2 bado iko, na tutafika mahali tunakuja kufanya even kama ni season 3 ama 4 Kilifi ama Mombasa. And you know God atakuwa akitusaidia kufikia hizo eneo zote.
Okay. Yeah. Na sasa pale kwenye mtandao tutaweza kupata kwenye Facebook, Instagram, wajitaje kule.
Yeah, Facebook, Instagram ni jina ni hiyo tu. Jeremy Gerard Official.
Jeremy Gerard Official.
Official, yes.
Okay. So DJ, are we ready? Thank you.
Thank you. Give me Adonai, please. Tunaweza abudu Mungu kidogo tu, si ndio? Yes, tunaweza abudu Mungu kidogo tu. At least uwepo wa Mungu uwe pamoja nasi, because ndio tumeanza na tunahitaji God aweze kuwa pamoja nasi. Kila kitu ambacho tutafanya leo, kila kitu ambacho tutalearn, zibaki kwa akili yetu. And even hizo vitu ambazo tutakuwa tukifunzwa na our guests, Mungu afanye miujiza ziwaka kwa maisha yetu. You know, sometimes uko na theory, but ikifika mahali sasa pa kufanya hiyo kitu nilikuwa na learn inakuwa ni kazi ngumu sana. But tunaomba God that tunapomwabudu sahi, we not gonna revival in the afternoon, but sahi wacha kwanza tutengeneze hiyo atmosphere ya afternoon. And I know ukiwa unaabudu God, ambia God, meeting ya leo nataka God unitembelee. Mimi ndio nikuwa yule mtu nilisababisha Benihini amekuja hapa. Mimi ndio nikuwa yule mtu nilisababisha I Speak imekuja Kilifi. You know, tuko wengi sana, but God anaangalia nani yako ready. God anaangalia ni nani hajaangalia. You know, unaweza fika place kufanya setup kama hii ni expensive sana, but you know umekam, hujalipishwa ticket, umeingia. I think haiwezi pita bure. Kuna mtu ambaye God anatafuta. Kuna someone mwenye akona vitu ambazo ziko kwa akili yake lakini hajui afanye nini. And that's why God alitutuma Kilifi. Na labda ni kwa sababu yako. You know what you are going through. Unajua background yako, unajua familia yako. Usikam hapa, usikam I Speak na ukakaa chini. You are the voice, you are the sound ambayo itasimama na iweze kuongea kwa ajili ya generation yako na familia yako. Unapoabudu Mungu asubuhi ya leo, ambia God, sijakuja kukaa hapa bure, sijakuja kuangalia hii sound, sijakuja kuangalia hizi taa, nimekuja kureceive, nimekuja kupokea kitu kwa maisha yangu. Tunapoanza hii meeting ya leo, Mungu ninaomba niwe mmoja kati ya wale ambao utawachagua kuwabariki, niwe mmoja kati ya wale ambao Bwana utawapa nafasi kwa government, niwe mmoja kati ya wale ambao Bwana utainua biashara zao. Oh my God. Oh my God. Unaweza kuomba Mungu tu, ambia God niko hapa. You can pray. Unaweza ambia tu God niko hapa. You know, Kwa atmosphere kama hii usiwahi kuwa kimya ukiangalia watu. Usiangalie Jeremy, usiangalie jirani yako, usiangalie, no, just speak to him. Ongea na God tu asubuhi ya leo. Hatujakuja hapa bure. Hizi viti zote hazijawekwa hapa bure. Hizi tent hazijawekwa hapa bure. Zimetoka Nairobi kukuja Kilifi. Ni kwa sababu tu ya mtu mmoja ambaye ana understand uwezo wa Mungu. Ni kwa sababu tu ya mtu mmoja ambaye anaamini katika uwezo wa Mungu. You know, usikuje ukae, usipoteze time yako umekaa na kuna kitu uta receive kwa God. No. Make sure kuna kitu una receive. Make sure kuna kitu unapokea. Oh my God. Ambia tu God asubuhi leo, God nimekuja. God nimekuja. You know, huwezi jua kwa nini tumefika hapa. Ben hii anafanya meeting kubwa sana ambazo zinafanyika hapa Kenya, in Nairobi, in Mombasa, na leo tumedecide kuja Kilifi. Tumeona watu wengi sana wakitoka kwa level moja kwenda level nyingine. Make sure tukitoka Kilifi kuna kitu ambacho Mungu amechange kwa maisha yako. Oh my God. Sijui kama kuna mtu anaelewa nguvu za Mungu hapa. Sijui kama kuna mtu anaelewa nguvu za maombi. Asubuhi ya leo usipoteze muda wako ukiangalia jirani yako. Make sure kuna kitu ambacho kimebadilika. Angalia vitu tunapitia sasa. Angalia struggles uko nazo. Angalia shida uko nazo. Na bado ukifika mbele ya God unakuwa nikaa hakuna shida uko nayo. Na bado ukifika mbele ya God inakuwa nikaa hakuna problem uko nayo. No, huwezi ongea na God namna hiyo. Hadi mtu mwingine anakaa na chat na tunaongea na God. My brother. Hey. Yeah! Ambia God tuko hapa. We want to sing this song. We want to sing this song. Na tunapoimba worship hii, acha Mungu afungue vitu kwa maisha yako. Ukitoka hapa, hii time yote ambayo utakuwa umespend hapa, Mungu akulipe. Mungu afanye something kwa maisha yako. Make sure unaongea na God kwa moyo wako. Make sure imani yako imekaribia madhabahu haya. Make sure imani yako imemkaribia Mungu this morning. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God. Adonai, 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 you reign on high. Sing with me this song. Adonai, panda sauti yako mwambie. Adonai, you reign on high. Adonai, 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 you reign on high. Adonai, Adonai, yeah. Adonai, Adonai, you reign, you reign. Adonai, 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 Adonai is your name, Lord. You reign on high, you reign on high. We will rise, we will rise in your name, in your name. Adonai, you reign, you reign. We will rise in your name, in your name. Adonai, you reign on high. Adonai, 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 you reign on high. Adonai, Yamaskatalebo Sekebo. Out of my belly shall flow river. Kore niko hapa, niko hapa. Bwana niko hapa, niko hapa. Asubuhi ya leo nimekutafuta wewe. Fanya jambo kwa maisha yangu. Nisitoke kama nilivyokuja. Nisiondoke kama nilivyokuja. Nisiondoke kama nilivyokuja Yesu. Usiniache katika hali hii. Ongea na God, mwambie Bwana usiniache katika situation hii. Nikitoka hapa God do something. Nikitoka hapa Mungu do something. Nikitoka hapa God open doors for me. Nikitoka hapa God Talk to him, talk to him. Mwambie God, I know my parents hawana uwezo wa kunitoa hapa nilipo. I know my family sina mtu wa kunishika mkono. I know my brothers and my sisters hawana uwezo wa kuninua mahali nilipo. Lakini God, I trust in you. Nimekuja meeting hii, nimekuja I speak. Mimi kama sauti ya jamaa yangu, I say no to poverty. I'm not a failure. Unaweza ongea na God asubuhi leo kwa imani. Me I know kitu ambacho nilipitia. Kama si God, kama si kuamini uwezo wa Mungu, Mungu asingeweza nifikisha mahali nilipo. Tunatoka katika familia ambazo uko na projects nyingi kwa akili, lakini wazazi wako hawana uwezo wa kutoa hapo. Uko na projects nyingi kwa akili, lakini even your uncles hawezi kushika mkono kusaidia. Uko na projects nyingi kwa akili, lakini even your brothers and sisters hawana uwezo wa kusupport. The only one ambaye anaweza fungua njia kwako ni God. Sitasikia ukiomba. Oh my God, oh my God, my God, my God. Oh my God, my God, my God, my God. Say Adonai, Adonai. Say Adonai, Adonai. Adonai, Adonai. You reign on high, you reign on high. Adonai, 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 Adonai. You reign on high. Adonai, Adonai is your name. Adonai, you reign on high, you reign on high. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God. Kadosh, Kadosh. Kadosh, Kadosh, Kadosh. Kadosh, 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 you are mighty, oh, you reign, you ancient Zion. Say, Kadosh, Kadosh, you are mighty, oh. Say you reign, you reign, you ancient Zion. Kadosh, Kadosh, you are mighty, oh. Sing it again. Say you reign, you reign, you ancient Zion. Kadosh, Kadosh, Kadosh. You
ancient Zion's Kadosh, God, you are mighty. Oh my God. Yeshua, Hamachi. Oh my God. Yeshua, Yeshua. Lion of Judah, Agune Chemba. Say you reign, you reign, you ancient Zion, Kadosh, Kadosh, God. You are mighty on your throne. You reign, you ancient Zion, Kadosh, Kadosh, Kadosh. You are mighty on your throne. Pigia Yesu makofi zaidi. Pigia Yesu makofi zaidi. I know tukiwa tumemaliza hutabaki kama ulivyokuja. Mungu atakuwa amefungua vitu kwa maisha yako. When we worship, Mungu hufungua vitu vikubwa sana. And I know tumekuja kulearn vitu mob, lakini ni mipango ya Mungu ndio utimia. The Bible says that mwanadamu ana mipango nyingi sana kwa akili zake, lakini ni mapenzi ya Mungu ndio fanya nini? Ndio utimia. And when unakuwa rafiki ya God, unakuwa karibu na God, even hizo vitu ambazo tutafunzwa hapa zitafanya kazi kwa maisha yako, kwa sababu Mungu ameruhusu utoke kiwango ulikuwa kwenda kiwango kingine. And we thank God because tumeanza na worship, kwa sababu tumemwabudu. Basi kila kile ambacho tutajifunza siku ya leo kitakuwa na umuhimu na kitakuwa na baraka kwa maisha yetu. Shangilia tena Yesu kwa makofi. Shangilia tena Yesu kwa makofi.
Thank you so much. Even as we take our seats, God, we say thank you for loving us. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your grace upon our lives. Thank you because, God, you are in this place. Thank you because you came here before we came. And the word that came to my heart is Psalms 46 verse 10. And it says, be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted in the nations. I'll be exalted in the earth. Yeah. So God, thank you for this time. Thank you for your grace and your love. Thank you because your presence is in this place. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. So a round of applause for Jeremy. Thank you so much for leading us in that point of worship.
Yes.
So on to Steve.
Yes, and the next man I'm about to introduce to us is, so this is how I want us to introduce him, okay? Yes. So if I say he is, for example, at this, you say, okay, for example, he's a president, he's a lawyer, he's a scientist, and then finally, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, we call the man on stage, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, the next man I'm about to introduce to us on stage is a president. He is an author. He's an orator. Talk about public speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Benihin Walubengo.
A better round of applause for that. We are here because of the sacrifices he's made. Yeah. So a better round of applause until he gets on stage. I'd appreciate a standing ovation. A better round of applause. Thank you, thank you. So Benihin, the stage is yours.
Good morning. You can have your seats. First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone who came here. Someone once told me, when you go to a new place where you are not known and you see even 50 people have gathered, it gives you enough reasons to tell God thank you. My name is Benihin, and the next few minutes we shall just be having a masterclass just to set pace and try and see what you guys can learn and how you can build capacity. And I'm so happy for everyone who has made time to be here, and for everyone who aspires to learn something. Maybe just for a minute, I can just call Andrew and make a request. Just for 1 minute. Okay, thank you. I was just telling him to bring some snacks. I hope my presentation is ready. In the meantime, I'll just request you to know at least 5 people around you. Ask them their names. I've given you some permission. You can even ask for a number apart from the VVIP area. But for the other areas, you can ask names. Just ask that person what is your name. Because one of the things I would like us to study is how we can build and maximize our confidence. So ask at least 5 people. You should make sure at least you've networked with 5 people. Ask them their names. Make sure that you're speaking to someone. You shouldn't be silent. This is an event meant to help us to build capacity and build our confidence level. So ask at least 5 people. Ask them their names. You know, where do they come from? You can even ask them, what have you taken for breakfast? When my presentation is ready, you can just alert me, then we can kick off with the session. Who at least has known 5 people? Random strangers, just raise up your hand. 5 random strangers, just raise up your hand boldly. 5 people. Yes, Faith. Who and who and who? You know Emmanuel and Liz, they're from I Speak. I don't want people from I Speak Society. I have 1,000 shillings I want to give here. And these 1,000 shillings, I would like to ask a very simple question. The difference between boldness, courage, and confidence. The difference between boldness, courage, and confidence. Because that is where I want to begin from. If you think you'll know the meaning, just come. What is the difference between boldness, courage, and confidence? Someone give them a microphone. What is the difference between boldness, courage, and confidence? If you can explain that to us, you get these 1,000. In fact, it's just here on stage.
Courage is doing whatever you want despite the fear. Boldness is standing up and saying what you want or have. Confidence is believing in yourself to do something.
Now that is it. He has finished. The toast was simple. The test was simple.
Right.
You can
He tell us what he had? Yes.
It's okay.
Also, this is courage for me asking for another 1,000 bob because nimefika, si ndio? See, this is courage. And also, this is boldness kwa sababu nime step up from there. Si ndio?
Now this is it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, confidence is standing from the seat. Courage is taking the microphone. Boldness is trying to answer the question, even if you're not sure. Because as these people were coming from their seats, they were not sure if they'll get it right or not. Yes. So now that is the difference between boldness, courage, and confidence. And many people are confident, but few people are courageous. Now, boldness is believing in your ideals. That you believe something is something. That unaamini samosa ni samosa na si mandazi. So now that is boldness. Now, today I want to make a very powerful presentation. This is something that I haven't taught anywhere. It's part of the book I'm launching in May. And so this is the first place I'm making this presentation. And my presentation is called What is Missing? What is Missing? That is my presentation. And the reason as to why we are having these county tours is basically to answer a question on people have degrees. People have everything that is working, but there is something that is missing. Why is it that in this country, young people who have gone to campus, people who have masters, they don't look like they're successful? Why is it that people have access to technology, but still it seems that they're not successful? What is that thing that is missing? That's the question I want us to answer. And I want to answer this question in 3 ways, because as a young person, there is something called tricolon pattern in public speaking. Tricolon pattern means if you say something in 333, people will never forget it. That is why the most powerful words in the world come in 3. I love you. Yes, we can. For the people, by the people, of the people. They're always in 3. That is why even in business, they say Safaricom, the better option. In 3. So it's something psychological. Now, my first slide is types of opportunities. Now, there are three types of opportunities in this life. There is walls, there is gates, and there is doors. Please, Andrew, don't interrupt. I'm okay. I'm good. Okay, sawa. So there is walls, there is gates, and there is doors. Now, walls are ordinary opportunities that everyone can see, access, and dominate. So that one is walls. Ordinary opportunities that people can access. Ordinary opportunities that everyone can see. For example, getting a job, getting a car, education. That's a wall. Everyone can get it. Since 2002, Kenya has had free primary education. So that's a wall. Anyone can access it. Anyone can be able to get it, either through scholarship or through any means. And so everyone is running towards walls. Walls are very easy to access. For example, buying a car, it's a wall. You can take a mortgage, you can take a loan. And very many people are proud of accessing walls. There is a second type of opportunity called gates. Gates represents extraordinary opportunities that people can hear of, admire, and risk for. For example, getting a scholarship to go abroad, higher education, getting a PhD, working abroad, multinational, working in a multinational organization. That one now represents gates. If anyone here has an auntie or an uncle who works in the United Nations, it's something that you're proud of. If anyone here has a brother or a sister who is abroad studying, now that one is a gate. Everyone can access walls, but gates can only access a few people. If we were to tell 100 people to jump over this wall, it's very easy for them. But that gate can only access a few people at a time. There is a third type of opportunity called doors. These are very rare opportunities that hold the power of control, execution, and a ripple effect. Now, when it gets to doors, not everyone can access it. A door can only take one or two people at a time. Doors, opportunities like policy making, strategic political positions, and also in terms of business, people who are at the height of the table. So now there are walls, there are gates, and there are doors. And somewhere I'm going with this. Right now we are all in university. I assure you, this one is a wall. That is why every year 500,000 people are graduating. But out of 500,000, only 20,000 are assured of getting a job. Gates, there are people who have masters, but that does not mean that they'll be billionaires. Doors, only 1% of people in the world can access doors. The way we are seated here, only 1% of us can access doors. Meaning, amongst all of us, maybe only 5 or 4 will become CEOs or presidents. I want us to go somewhere. Ask your neighbor, what do you want between the three? Because I want to answer that question. You can get me the mic. It's okay. Now, I want to show you how will you access doors. How will you become the top 1%? And it is good that you are learning these things in campus. What will make you stand out in a crowd? I turned 21 last year in December. And my mom asked me, now, you've written a book. You've already gathered thousands of people in this country. You've already met 80% of the people you wanted. So what do you want next? And I told her, Mom, I've not even started. I'm still in my diapers. I'm still learning. And I've come to learn that when you want to access doors, there are things you must have. Number one, a door has a key. As small as a key is, it can open and access to many rooms. And I want us to learn basically 6 keys that help people to access doors. What helps people to be at the top 1%? So the next slide has something called content. I'll give you things in simple letters. I'm going to give you 6 letter C's that you'll need. Now, what is content? The first thing is that Every person has something to say, but that thing might not be content. Content is that thing that you're delivering to the world. Whatever you're saying to the world, whatever you're delivering to the world, it's content. Now, whatever you deliver, number one, it must be high value content. That whatever you package, it must show high value. I know that most of us, some here have YouTube channels, some have businesses. Whatever you are delivering, that's content. So number one, it must be high value content. Number two, it must be generational content. Anything that you do that does not relate with a generation, in one way or the other, you might never get at the 1% level. Even in terms of music, you've seen Timam came and sang in Shen. What is he trying to do? He's singing to a certain generation. Timam haezi itwa meeting ya wazee wa 70. Naspan haezi itwa meeting ya wazee wa 80. He is singing to a specific generation. There are 29 million young people. Those are the people Timam is singing for. So there is a market that he has already grasped. Hatuwezi ona hapa Ruben Kigame kwa meeting ya campus. Because the people he is singing for are not young people. He's singing general. Now, number three, it must be rare content. That whatever you're delivering, how rare is it? I came to discover no one will give me opportunities because I'm young, but they'll give me opportunities because how rare is whatever you're delivering to the people. How rare is it? I remember that there is a time in Egypt where salt was very expensive. Salt was only being used by the king. And during that period, if you are found with salt as a normal person, you could be arrested. At that time, salt was very expensive. But right now, you can see people even throwing salt. Why? Because it is too available. There is a level where you must build your stature to a level that whatever you are delivering to the world is very rare. Now, in school, we get education. We are not taught how to package whatever we are delivering to the world. The second C is this thing called context. That is the next slide. Context. Now, you might have good content, but you have not yet mastered context. What is context? That now whatever you're delivering must play some level of alignment. What is alignment? Let us say, for example, you're here in school, you've learned business. If you go and sell pork in Marsabit, hakuna mtu atabai. Juu pork haikuliwi na Muslims, nao ndo wameja huko. So you might have a very good product, but it hasn't aligned with the market. So one of the things you need to have mastered is that after you have built your content, you must look at the context. Where does it fit in? And who am I supposed to go to? There are meetings I don't go to. You cannot find me in a concert of 10,000 people, but you can find me in a masterclass of 100 people. Because my goal is not crowds. My goal is to build specific disruptors. So I am aligning after content. Now, you can never find context if you've not yet mastered content. Now, you can have your degree, but you have not yet packaged where it can align and how it can align. The second thing is relatable. That whatever you have packaged, it needs to be relatable in a certain way, in a certain generation. So you can see how content and context really, they merge. It's like these fingers and these two spaces in the fingers. If you have not yet mastered content, you cannot master context. Then the last one is open-minded. That anytime you are approaching doors and opportunities, you need to be open-minded to certain factors. For example, right now in campus, I'm studying international relations and political science. I might not end up becoming a diplomat, but I can use international relations as a public speaker, as an orator. I can use it to travel all over the world. One of the goals this year is to study. I'm studying 18 foreign languages so that I can be the first public speaker who can speak 18 languages globally. Because I can never speak in German if I've not mastered all these languages. So right now I'm taking a break to study 18 languages so that by the end of this year, I can go and speak in Germany, I can go and speak in Russia, I can go and speak in Japan and teach the world. Because now I'm now becoming more open-minded. Now this is what we were not taught by the 844 system. 844 system ilifunza wase, soma, maliza class 8, ukishapata 350, 390 hiyo ni mwerevu, uko assured utakuwa daktari ama utakuwa lawyer. Fanya form 4 ukipata B plain, B+, ulienda national school, we ni mnoma. Tokea kwa gazeti, ishia campus. Wenye wameenda KU UON washa succeed. Wenye wameenda campus ziko mbali hawaja succeed. Watakama ngangane kiasi. After that, maliza 4 years, tafuta internship, chukua loan, tafuta wife, zaeni watoi watatu, wapeleke private school, muafford holiday Mombasa ama Dubai, kuwa na V8 moja ama mbili. Ukishia family get together na wendo umenunua soda, wase wanasimama, wewe ni mnoma. So it for system imefunza wase kufikiria na pattern. So wase wako open minded to dare new opportunities. That is why hii tent imejaa. Lakini sahi wase wa young, sahi hivi tunaongea kuna mtu anadishi manzi kwa bedsitter, sahi amemkunja. So kila msemi young anangojea afike 40 ndio build capacity. Wase wakiwa 20-25 wacha tupige sherehe, tuchome time. Tukishafika 30-35 wacha tushtuke, tukue serious, tutafute God sasa. Hapo ndo tunataka stories za God. So at the end of the day, wase wako open minded to certain factors. Na time ina move. Sahi Kenya mse wa 40 years old akona memes za hii wiki mzima. China mse wa 10 years old amefundishwa tech na hacking na coding. Hatuwezi compete na wase. You are open minded to certain factors, that this thing does not begin at a certain age. They are open minded to start searching content. What will I deliver to the world? And then after that, they search for context. Next slide, please. Composure. Now you might have the best content, you might have the best context, that you have mastered whatever you are selling, but your composure can sell you out. Composure ni nini? Vitu tatu: your talk, your walk, and your thoughts. What is your talk? Wacha tuachane na your talk kwanza, tuende na your walk, because that's very basic. I was taught that in public speaking, anytime you want to communicate confidence, according to the Japanese principles of Kung Fu, how you walk will really show your levels of confidence. And so you need to take 6 steps per 3 seconds. So that means your footsteps need to be long. At the same time, you need to walk like you know where you're going. Number 3, your legs have to be straight. And then number 4, your hands need to match a little bit with your legs. It's a sign of confidence. When you look at the president when he is walking, it shows confidence. You'll never look at any president walking like this. Presidents walk like this. It's a sign of confidence. You stretch your back a bit, your back becomes straight. So when you enter into an interview room, by the time you walk, people already know your levels of confidence. Remember, the first impression is made within the first 38 seconds. Within the first 38 seconds, people are able to know, is this person confident or not? I remember when I used to work at Centum, they used to call people for interviews, and then they would just say, please, the interview table is here, and you'll walk from, the door is there. While you are coming, they have already started marking the exam, because they are not interested in your CV, because everyone has CVs. They're interested in confidence. Then you'll come and greet them. When they feel like your hands are sweating, it shows that you're nervous. You cannot fit in the job. So there is your walk. How you walk really matters. Hautembei tu kama mzee wa oja. Ina matter. Composure. There is your talk. How you talk. We package how we talk. And that's why it's important. How do you package how you talk? By watching a lot of movies, documentaries, and observing characters and listening to people. I remember when I was in Form 2, I began listening to PLO Lumumba. I really wanted to meet him. I listened to 217 of his videos. That is what influenced me at the Great Debaters. Winning 7 awards at the Great Debaters. Different high schools, different regions. Because at that point, I had shaped my talk. Whatever we speak is English, but people don't listen to English. People listen to depth. So you must master how you talk. These are things that, whether you learn it, whether you're in Nairobi or you're in Kilifi, it doesn't matter. You can still go far. There are things that if you know, someone said, a man can be in a desert, a man can be in a city, but a man can bring the city in a desert, depending on what the man knows. The third thing is your thoughts. How fast do you think? You must have attraction in terms of speed of thoughts. Now, if someone asks you a random question right now, how fast can you answer that question? Because for you to convince people, there is a speed at which you speak. For example, when I met the deputy governor in an event, we just had a few minutes to talk. But how fast you speak
in the minutes will really matter how fast you can convince that person. So your thoughts really need to be fast. And I remember one of the ways that I had to shape myself in terms of thinking, my mom used to tell us to cram her number. So I knew the number of my mom and the number of my dad. I knew the number of my class teacher. I knew the number of my Sunday school teacher. Tosh, please, it's interrupting. I knew contacts to several people. You must master a few contacts in your head. Usike namba ex wako, of course. Unajua hiyo utasahau mki break up. But make sure that you've mastered a few figures. So there are 3 ways in terms of building your thoughts to think faster. Number 1, arithmetics. Make sure that you've mastered a lot of numbers. Number 2, these are practical ways. Anytime I watch a movie, I try and remember at least 10 characters in the movie. I try and remember the producer. How many movies do you remember producers and characters? Their real names. So I try and such things expand the aspect of your brain. Number 3 is meditation. You just sitting down alone and meditating expands your memory levels. The brain has 3 hormones in communication. There is cortisol, there is dopamine, and there is oxytocin. There is cortisol, there is dopamine, and there is oxytocin. And all these hormones, they are the ones that depend how fast can your memory work. Na ukisikiza wimbo za pole pole, brain yako pia una slow down. So kama unasikiza bongo, mazee za jo, brain yako itaanza kumove pole pole tu. Kama mapenzi safari, sijui nini, nani ameachwa, unaanza kulia, iza jo, brain yako itaanza kumove slowly. So there is a way in which you expand the capacity of your brain. Next slide, please. Capacity. Now, capacity has 4 things which are very easy. Your gift, your ability, your skill, and your talent. Most people know the aspect of talent, but very few people know the other side. There is a difference between these 4. Now, ability is something that you can do and you know that you can do, but you've never paid keen attention. For example, there are things I can do, but I've never paid attention. Huwa naimba kwa shawa, lakini siwezi imba hapa. Lakini kwa shawa mimi wanaimba. Hadi ukisikia nikiimba kwa shawa leo, mimi natimamu kimoja. But here I can't sing. Hiyo ni ability. But nikikaa tu leo 6 hours kila siku nipige tizi, ni hivyo. Naweza kuwa bodybuilder nikipiga tu tizi vizuri, lakini sipigangi tizi consistently. It's an ability. It's something that I can do, but I've never paid keen attention to it. Then there is skill. Skill is something that you've learned through observation or through lectures. For example, sitting in school, your degree is your skill. The third one is talent, a natural ability that you're born with. Now these 3, if well packaged, they now become a gift. That's why the Bible does not say your talent will take you before kings. The Bible does not say your skill will take you before kings. The Bible does not say your ability, it says your gift. Now, if well packaged, and if it can partner with a kingdom assignment, it becomes a gift. So there are many people who are operating at the talent level. It's not yet a gift because it's benefiting them. For it to become a gift, there is something called Ikigai principle. Then number 1, you must be so good at it. Number 2, it must benefit the world. Number 3, it must feed you. And number 4, as you're doing it with passion. It's called the Ikigai principle. I hope you're asking yourselves questions. Now, all these 4 have a certain assignment. And every human being has these 4. 1 is supposed to open a door. For example, for me, I know the 4. I'm an author, I'm an orator, I am a leader, and I'm a strategist. Sometimes I enter places because I'm a strategist, but I will require to speak, so I'll be the orator. I'll require to lead, so I'll be a leader. And for me to get a benefit, I can sell my books, so I'll be the author. There are places I'll be called as an author, but I'll be required to speak so that they can listen to me. All those 4 will have to come into picture. For example, a guy like Naspan, he's a psychologist and he's a worshipper. He can stand before a crowd as a psychologist and see how all of you are behaving when he's singing. Akiimba hiyo wimbo one mmelia, atajua watu wako depressed. Na ataimba hiyo wimbo mara kama 3, mlia kabisa. Alafu ashuke chini. Mseme umetuguza moyo mazi. At that point, he has used psychology to profile an audience. So there is a place where you must build mastery to know where do you use the 4. Because these are 4 keys. The second one is supposed to keep you in a door. In terms of relevance. The third one is supposed to help you penetrate certain spaces. You can access the sitting room, but the same key that you used to access the sitting room is not the same key you use to access the bedroom. So if you are relevant in a generation because you're an orator, in the next 10 years, I might not be relevant as an orator. I'll have to be relevant maybe as a leader. So what am I doing right now as in my generation? I'm raising other orators. So that in the next 10 years, I'll not be looking for speaking engagements. I have raised more than 10,000 orators. At that level, you are a leader of orators. And even in ministry, that principle is applied. There are pastors and then there are leaders of pastors. So you can be a leader, but there is a level where you can be a leader of leaders. And many people don't know how to transition in that process. And then there is one that helps you to dominate. So you must always apply the four. That is now levels of capacity. The next slide, please. After content, context, capacity. At this level now, you have a currency. So if you don't have the content, if you've not known the context, if you've not built capacity on the four, we cannot talk about currency. And there are things which show your currency as a human being. Right now, there are places that I go. 2 weeks ago, I was called in an event and they asked me, how much are you charging? And I told them I'll charge you 50K per hour. Then they told me, you're not yet in our caliber, keep growing. And they called someone else who charged 150,000. And for me, nilikuwa naona nimecharge 50. Wakaniambia zi, endelea kugrow, wewe bado hujafika. Because the people we are looking for are people who are charging a certain price. Now, after you've mastered the other C's, what is currency? There are things that show how worth you are. Number one is your image. Now, image has two things. There is look, and then there is outlook. Outlook is what people see. Look is what you see in yourself. We might see like you look good, but because in terms of how you look at yourself, there are things which you might never be able to do. Right now you're seated in the crowd. If I just give someone randomly a microphone and tell them come and say hi, very few people will have that ability. You know that you look good, but standing before people is a problem. So image, in terms of photography, Ken will tell you that there is a difference between an image, a picture, and a photograph. There are those differences. What is the difference? An image is the original version of a picture. A photograph is what we put on the wall. Now, many of us are living in terms of the photograph. We haven't known our image yet. We look at trends and then we fit into trends. You must ask yourself, where are you going? And do I look like where I'm going? Like for me, I would like to become president. So every day when I dress up, I ask myself, have I dressed like a president? I had to shave 2 days ago. My hair was a bit big. But then I said, the places I've started accessing, this hair has to go. It's not about what I like. Because there is Benny Hinn and there is Hinn Walubengo. Hinn Walubengo is the person. Benny Hinn Walubengo is the person I'm building. I work for Benny Hinn Walubengo. So what Benny Hinn Walubengo wants, Hinn Walubengo might not want it. Benny Hinn is what people know, what people see. So you as a person, there is what people see. You must learn to separate what you want and what you want people to see. So that is image. And someone told me, before they hear you, they will first see you. So, and people make judgment in terms of colors. Now there's something called color psychology. There are basic colors that you need to have as a young person who wants to be great. Number one is navy blue. Navy blue communicates democratic. Black communicates bold. Gray communicates gentle. Pink communicates emotional. Purple communicates royal. So if you're meeting a leader, if you're meeting a great person, there are colors you have to wear. You cannot wear pink when you're meeting the president. Yellow communicates open-minded. Green communicates rigid. So there are colors that you must dress up intentionally. So if you're coming to an event like this, where you're coming to meet different young people, this is a very masculine event. So black, navy blue, gray, those are the colors you can dress up or put on a red tie. If you're dressing up in casual, that is why you can see the t-shirts for I Speak are red in color, white, and they have some black, because red represents power. So there are colors that you must know how to play with. When you're meeting a person for a lunch meeting, and it's a powerful person, there are color codes that you must study. When I'm meeting women who are in business, I don't wear dark colors all over. I try and tame my masculinity level so that our conversation can be relatable. And if you're a man, there are 3 types of S that you'll need in terms of dressing up: your shoes, your suit, and your scent. Your scent is also a language. Right now, the way you are seated beside that lady or beside that man, they can feel your scent before you've even spoken. So if you're smelling sweat, it has already spoken before you even open your mouth. That is why I had to invest when I was in high school. I had to invest in colognes. Hadi colognes za 120. Hakuna mtu atajua ni ya kupima, no unajua. Na venye utaongea kwa hiyo mkutano ndio ina matter. And then image, another thing, always have a watch. My watch is in the bag. Whether it's working or not working. Mtu akikuuliza time, sema wacha niangalie kwa simu. Hii inakuanga nyuma na dakika 5. Just be smart. Image. The second one is information. Information now determines your currency. There is a difference between knowledge and information. Knowledge is the general things that you learn in school. But for you to become information is now what works for you. That is why that word is divided in 2. In, there is a hyphen, formation. It forms you. Many people know knowledge, but very few people have mastered information. Knowledge that works for you. For example, how has algebra helped you to withdraw money in the bank? How did photosynthesis help you to become whatever you are now? Now that was knowledge, it was general. That is why now at a young age, you have to read books, you have to research widely and know what information works for me. The last one is impression. You have mastered the image, you have the information, you must put up an impression. Impression and perceptions, that is how the world lives. In Egypt, there is a time the king wanted people to stop wearing miniskirts. So the king went and said, you know what? I'm not going to tell people not to wear miniskirts because they'll get mad. So he came on a public holiday and said, from today, all prostitutes are allowed to wear miniskirts. It's in the constitution. Thank you. And he went. So from that day onwards, ladies feared wearing miniskirts. Because the ladies now, if you are a lady and you have a miniskirt, people knew that you're a prostitute because it's in the law. And that's how this guy conquered the whole thing. Then at a certain time, he wanted people to eat sukuma wiki. He came and said, from today, only royal families are allowed to eat vegetables. If you're not in the royal family, don't eat vegetables. So watu walikuwa wanajificha wakikula sukuma. Na hivyo ndo watu walianza kula sukuma chini ya maji. It's a perception that this man built an impression. When I was in high school, I used to go to places and sometimes I would be called in corporate spaces to speak. And I don't even have a laptop. I don't even have what to say. But the way I'm speaking, it's like I'm so sure of what I'm saying. I remember one day I went and spoke somewhere and I was paid 80,000. Nilifurahi. And I didn't even know what I was saying. I was just saying things and I'm saying like I'm very sure. And I'm saying, in fact, this is what I said in State House last night. Wanaandika. Because an impression that you put really matters as a young person. Unaweza kuwa umesota, but when you umejipackage, ndo itamata. How you've packaged yourself really matters. I remember when we entered university with my friends, hatukuwa na viatu mingi. And we studied in a private school. I said mabola. So we agreed tukasema hii kiatu, ini yako, ini yangu, ini hii hakuna kuswitch. But hizi zingine zote tutakuwa tuna switch. Juu hakuna mtu anza kutana na sisi tukiwa wote. So hakuna kutembea pamoja. Wewe ukivaa leo mimi navaa kesho. Hakuna venye mtu atakuwa na observe viatu zetu. We had to package ourselves. And no one ever knew that we don't have enough shoes. Kuna ile moja tunasema hii ni yangu specifically, hii usivae. Hii watu wataniona nayo. But for this one, we can play these games. An impression that you set is what people buy. People don't buy an iPhone. People buy status quo. People don't buy a Mercedes. They buy social status. People buy things. That is why iPhone will make sure that they have come up with iPhone 10, iPhone 11. They have put it in packages. According to the rules of Ferrari, you can never buy a certain type of Ferrari if you don't have the lower standard of it. So you have to access this one for you to get this one. They have put it in stages. So whatever you're doing as a young person, if you have a YouTube channel, how you'll package that YouTube channel will matter who will you interview and who will you not interview. When you go to my Instagram, when I did my first event like this one in Nairobi, we were gathering 800 people in Nairobi Cinema. I sent a voice note to a speaker from Ghana called Futurist Kwame. A voice note, 38 seconds. The man listened and the man sent us 100,000 to book the hall and do the basics. The budget of that event was on 50K. So the man literally sorted 3/4 of the event. He listened to a voice note. Then after listening to a voice note, do you know what he did? And I was told, anytime you want to send a voice note to great people, it shouldn't be more than 40 seconds because no one focuses more than 38 seconds when listening to something on phone. Number 2, send it at night. They are not yet asleep. Great people at 12 a.m., they're always awake. So I sent the voice note, the man listened. And then I made sure I've deleted all pictures I've archived. I've only left a picture where I'm with PLO Lumumba, Robert Burale, Cynthia Nyamai, 10 pictures with great people only. And then he saw and he was like, this boy is serious. I began with my age, I said my vision, and then I said my value. And then I told him, sir, you've not been to East Africa. I want to gather for you 1,000 young people. And that's how he supported. Impression. How does your social media look like? You want to say, you want to become a great business person. Na umepost picha 10 ukiwa sherehe. Hakuna mtu atakupatia funding. Wasa wataona ido itachomwa kwa mademu. Know what to post, know what to sell. In America, they have invested in branding. That is why ukiwa mdogo, cartoon ya Spider-Man anakuanga na flag ya America. So kutoka mtoi akwe mdogo, anajuanga America is the most powerful country. Sasa uliza mtoi wa 7 years old ama 8, which country do you want to go to? Aisema Somalia ama Ethiopia. Tasema America. Because in your mind, they have painted a perception that you are powerful. That is why when America fought with 4 other countries, they called it the World War. They are painting a perception. Next slide, please. Culture. Up to there, you understanding? We said content, we said context, we said capacity. Then the other C is currency. I've made it easy for you because I want people to master these things. There is culture. What is culture? Culture is your associations. Who are you associating with? There is a level where association shapes up your culture. Right now, the way I'm positioning myself in this country, I'm positioning myself as an orator, but not as an orator for everyone. As an orator for young people, but not for every young person. I'm positioning myself to be an orator for people who want to be disruptors, people who want to lead their own organizations, and people who want to begin early. So the way I'm packaging my content on TikTok, I just saw this morning, our TikTok hit 71,000 followers. And the way I'm packaging my content, I don't want to be famous. I want to be specific. Who do I want in this generation? You have to be so specific about your association. It builds up your culture. Who are you hanging out with? So right now my target is to hang around leaders because that is where opportunities are. Number 2, hang around CEOs and business people to learn as much. Number 3, sit around young people who are doing crazy things. I have a friend who just won a grant of $13 million to build a city in Ghana. A young person, 21 years old, wants to build a city of 4,000 people in Ghana. He wrote a concept. He studied urban planning. He deferred when he was 15, went to study in America about urban planning. Then he came back, wrote a concept on how a city of 4,000 people can provide 5 million jobs if it is built. And he took it to the United Nations. And now he has won a grant. So I want to bring him to Kenya to speak in December, as we also bring Chimamanda and Sarah Jakes and many other people. Because if I hang around those people, this one is not enough. So your association really matters. Yes, you got a C+, you got an A-, you got a 400. People clapped for you. Now after that, are you still sticking around people who clapped for you? You have to move higher. And your association now needs to reflect where you're going. The second one is your conversations. Conversations really affect our levels of visual capacity. How far are we seeing? Our spiritual father is the one who owns this tent. It's called Pastor T. Mwangi. And I remember there are times when I used to take him in missions when I was in Form 3 during school holidays. And then as I sit with him in the car, mostly long drives, I could ask him questions. And there are things he would say that will trigger me. Today we don't meet a lot because he's busy. But I go back to those notes and I reread whatever he used to tell me. I could ask him questions. Could ask him, Pastor T, sasa mtu ana build aje vision? Mtu ana build aje influence? Ukikaa na wase wazito, wewe unauliza nini? Ulipatana na huyu mtu, mbona hukumuomba do? Mtu anasema nini akikaa na wase? Ukiitwa place na wasikulipe, unaenda bado? And he used to tell me, yeah, unaenda. See about pesa. Beni ni about burden, ni about vision. Ask yourself, how can we invest in these old tent only to speak to a few people because of where we are seeing? It's called conversations. Who are you having a conversation with? Kuna day nimeenda date na dem nikiwa Form 4. Nikaanza kumchapia vision yangu. Alishinda tu amesema guy, hey, date mzima nilichoka, nilitoka hapo nimekasirika, nimepeleka dem Java, nimetumia pocket money. Nimekuja na vision plan yangu, nataka kumuuliza vision yake tuanze relationship. Dem alikuwa mrembo, nimemtoa Instagram. Kutoka hiyo siku nikasema sitakuwa naangalia urembo. Tutakuwa tuna reason kwanza inbox kabla tukutane. Manzi achinda tu amesema, what? Aki uko ambitious. Namuuliza vision yako ni gani? Na mimi I just want to visit Masai Mara. So, na manzi ni mrembo. Alafu anaongea, anafungua kabag ka makeup, anaweka lip gloss. Ananiambia, so as I was saying, I also want an iPhone. iPhone maze. There are serious things. Mimi nimekaa na vision. Namuuliza sana next 10 years hii ndo nataka. Na mtu unataka watu wangapi? I don't want kids. I just want to look pretty. Nikachoka maze. Nikakam kudiscover conversations ina matter. Nilikuwa pia na boys wangu wanaitwa Jemo. Nilikuwa nikipatana na mtu ni post Instagram, anakuja hadi home. Aniambia, Buddha we ni God. We ni mnoma. Umpatana na PLO. Buddha mimi ningekuwa ningelala wiki 2. Unangangana nini sasa? Mazewe ni mnoma. Na ukikaa around waseka utakuwa fala. So what do you need to do? You sit with builders. Sit with people who are building. Hiyo time tulikuwa tunakaa kwa store watu 6. Tunashindana nani ataingiza manzi wa kwanza box. So mtu manzi akireply DM yako nakimbia, unasema man, cheki. Ilikuwa ka track record. So ulikuwa na 5 PM tumekutana si wote. Na hiyo mkutano watu wako na hata. Mkutano ya ufala maboye wachelewangi. Na wase walikuwa na changanga thao ya mzinga. Watu wako faithful, hadi watu wanafuliza. Wengine hadi wanabadilisha sauti, wanasema ni wagonjwa. Wanasema dadi, niko na malaria. Mzaa anatuma do. Na hiyo time conversations zilikuwa zina shape venye nafikiria. Na kwa hiyo mbogi yetu mimi ndo nilikuwa nimeshinda awards za public speaking, great debaters. So nilikuwa ka star. Until day fulani nikaenda competition ya public speaking. Wase 500. Dem fulani na kila msee alikuwa amepewa chance ya 1 minute kuongea. 30 people walisema, tulikuwa tumekaa wase punch, wakisema we want 30 people and we shall give each one 1 minute. Dem fulani akasimama. Wase wametafuta quotes za Martin Luther King, John C. Maxwell. Dem akasimama tu, akachukua msumari, akasema this is a nail. A nail has power to employ 50,000 people. How? There are more than 15,000 miners who will get a job. There are 10,000 women who will cook for the miners. Then they'll take their children to school. 10,000 teachers will be employed. Then in exchange, there are more than 10,000 women who will sell bananas and vegetables to those people. That's how one nail can employ 50,000 people. Nakakaa chini, nikakasirika. Nikauliza odem, after event, yende alishinda hiyo award, to cut the story short, 2.5 million. Kamuuliza sasa, hizo vitu ulisema, unasomanga wapi? Kaniambia, I just try and read 3 books per week. But I'm trying to improve so that they can get to 6. Nilitoka hiyo mkutano nikiwa nimekasirika. I had thought I was somewhere, but I was not yet anywhere. 1 week ago, we had a competition at Masterclass Foundation, at Radisson Blue. Nilijua Kenya kuna mafala. Hao watu mnaona wakitrend Nairobi Gossip Club. Hao ni percentage kidogo tu. Kuna wase wayangu wanafanya vitu za maana huko nje. Hawa si wamekaa kwa hiyo set, hao wote they are young people. After event enda ulize hawa si nini wanadu. It's only that stories zenye media inasema ni negative, but there are few young people who are crazy out here. Conversations really matter. The last one is your depth. There's a scripture in the Bible that says deep calls unto deep. Depth. How deep are you with whatever you are doing? I refuse to be called a motivational speaker, because everyone in this world can be a motivational speaker. You just have to listen to TD Jakes, read Miles Munro, cram 10 quotes, put up an instrumental, cry a bit, and tell people don't give up. Everyone can do that. And wear a suit. Kuwa na suti tatu na tie. But depth is something that people have to invest in. So I always tell myself, for every 30 minutes on stage, at least I have to spend 3 hours of research. The quality of whatever you say will now matter in terms of depth. So culture, your depth will form your culture. How deep are you? Now, depth is influenced by putting up a certain system in terms of how you build capacity, systematic approach. So if you read one book today, you become consistent at it. If you network today, you don't stop, you become consistent at it. If you do graphics, you become consistent at it. You put a certain time of doing certain things. 6 months ago, I wasn't very structured in terms of doing things. But now I've been very intentional in terms of improving my systems. So nowadays I read seasonally. Like for the next 3 months, I'm just reading. I've put a list of books. Then I'll stop and execute what I learned in those books. Because I realized reading a book every week does not help you. Dr. Chris Kirubi only read 2 books in his lifetime. And the man was the 7th richest in the world. Only 2 books. He read the Bible and the Quran and his book. The man had mastered something. Depth. Let's go to the next slide, please. Next one is value. Now there are 3 things that will make great people look for you in this world. 3 things. And those 3 things are these 3. Number 1 is influence. Number 2 is access. And number 3 is base. I want to explain. What is influence? Influence is not numbers. Influence is about sphere and corridors. For example, anyone who shall look for me in this country will look for me because of 2 things: orators or leaders. Because those are the people I'm influencing. Today I can gather a few leaders. I'll not gather everyone. My team just came running and they were telling me, Benny Maze, tenta ijai, unaona aje, tuanze event ama tungoje. Kaambia zi, leaders washafika, orators washafika, wenye tulitaka washafika. Isi concert. Kama mlikuwa mnadai kwa concert, ngojeni wase wajae. But si tumekujia wase specific na tushapata wase. Hatuwezi ngojea, we have to move with them. Now, when we do the next event, it's now your work to influence those people to become like you. That's how the structure works. You cannot influence everyone. You're not ice cream. It's only an ice cream seller that sells to every customer. But you have to put up something where you influence a certain corridor. The Bible says, I know that there are Muslims here. I've also studied a few things in the Quran. The Bible says in Isaiah 60 verse 3, and kings shall come to your brightness. So there is a level of brightness that you have to attain for you to access certain people. So influence is a key. The second one is access. Access gives you value. Who are you accessing? And how are you accessing them? I used to think access is about having numbers of people and taking pictures with them. But that's not access. Someone said, networks are not the people you know. Networks are the people who know you. So you might have the number of the president, but he has never picked. That's not a network. You must get to a level where networks are the people you know, not the people who know you, not the people you know. Then apart from that, there is base. Base is where you go back after you've done everything. For example, for me, my base is I Speak Society. So when all is said and done, I have to go back and build I Speak Society. That is my base. People who influence the world have a base. They have a command center. They have people whom they lead, and those people trust them. These are the things that will give you value. The last one. The second last one, actually. After value, we go to vision. Okay. So your vision needs to have these 3 Ds. Up to there, we understanding. Man, these are deep insights. I've released them into a book. We came here to teach you, not to motivate people. We came to give you knowledge. So you can record on your phone or write. I'm seeing guys are writing, and that's really good. Now your vision needs to have these 3 things. Number 1, distance. How far is it going? You might have a vision that ends after 5 years. How much is your vision? If today you're given 1 billion, will it be enough for you to achieve your vision and then just die? So you must know the distance of your vision. How many years is it running? Is it 200 years? Is it 100 years? The reason as to why Jesus offered to die on the cross, he looked at the distance of his vision. That is why he built leaders wherever he went. He never focused on followers, he focused on leaders. Distance. The second one is desire. How much do you want it? How much do you want it? What is your desire? I want to acknowledge one of our partners called Charlene Bruto. And when we met, I explained to her the vision. Told her I'm going to Kilifi, and she was like, why are you going to Kilifi? Of all the counties, it's very far, so you can just start here. And I told her, it's because of I've seen what is happening in Kilifi, and I have a burden for this place. My desire, out of expressing my desire, she partnered with this meeting halfway because of desire. How much do you want it? Will make people be attracted to what you're doing. I remember there's a story said in New York where a man organized a big event in a stadium. Then only 2 people showed up, and he had put up billboards and everything. And then he began preaching. And he preached to the 2 people. Then after that, he went and asked those 2 people, how is the sermon? And then they told him the sermon was powerful. He had preached 6 points. They told him, we have picked this, and this point. There were 2 points. Then they told him, the 4 are for you. Maybe God wanted you to listen to them. But the man did whatever he was supposed to do. That's desire. Going far with your vision and knowing how much you want it and pursuing it. The third one is distinction. You can see here there's a crowd of many white people, and then there's red. How does your vision stand out? How does your vision stand out in a crowd of 1,000 people? If we have 10 million we want to give, what will make us give you the 10 million and not the other people? There's a quote that is my mantra. I keep saying, when they sit, I stand. When they stand, I stand out. And when they stand out, I put the standard. Your mantra. What will make you stand out? Because people don't give things because of emotions. People give things because of distinction. How much does it stand out? There's a young person who wrote a proposal in Somalia for ending war. And he said, because bullets are being manufactured from metal, what if they can start building houses that are 90% metal, so that those metals can be used to build houses? And that's how war was reduced by 65%. A 16-year-old saw that as a concept from war, because bullets are being made by metals. And when he took that proposal, it took him 3 minutes to convince the president, because the man had packaged something that would stand out. So as young people in campus and high school, you need to spend time for the next 5 years thinking, how will my vision be distinct? That if I'm to stand before the United Nations and present this vision, what will make 90 people out of 100 say, we want to invest in that? Distinction. The last one, there is vitality. What is vitality? Vitality is that thing that is running. Vitality is speed. Vitality is the grit. You might now have the vision, but you're not as fast. There are many young people who have begun organizations, but they don't have vitality. They are not as swift as they're supposed to be. You have to move with speed. That is called vitality. There is courage, there is boldness, there is swiftness. Now, I want to explain courage and boldness so that you understand. Courage is a Maasai killing a lion. That's courage. Boldness is Martin Luther King defending his ideas. A Maasai can kill a lion, but he cannot defend why he's a Maasai. Confidence is now standing up before people. So you must know the difference. You might be courageous, but you might not be bold. You might be confident, but you might not be bold. You might not be courageous. That's why you need the three. I've said a very simple explanation. Courage is a Maasai killing a lion. But if we bring a Maasai here to speak and explain why is he a Maasai and why does he believe that being a Maasai is something that he's supposed to be and he's supposed to be a Maasai, he cannot explain that. Boldness, Martin Luther King can defend blacks, but he cannot kill a lion. So he is bold, but he's not courageous. But he might be courageous because he died. Confidence is that aspect of you now saying, by the way, I can stand up. There are people who are available, but you are the only one who is now saying, I'm reliable. Many are available, but few are reliable. The third one is swiftness. How fast do you move? The problem is that 844 has taught us to move when things are okay. The Bible says, Ecclesiastes chapter 11 verse 4, if you wait for perfect conditions, nothing will work. If you wait for perfect conditions. There are no perfect conditions. We don't do things because there are perfect conditions. We don't do things because there is money. When we did our first event at Nairobi Cinema, event ilisha kat kuna dates. Wase walikam wakajaza hall. Event ilikuwa powerful. But kuna dates za Costa tuko tumeona. When we began our masterclass, I did not even have a curriculum. But guys would come. And people would come in like 300 people. The hall is filled. Hakuna hadi space. We don't start things because they are perfect. We start things, we build as we go. Bruce Lee said, I don't fear a man who has practiced 10,000 kicks. I fear a man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. It is out of building that one kick that this thing is built and built consistently. Therefore, you must move with speed, whether conditions are there or not. As you go, things can be fixed. This tent is a clear example that you can turn and see there are empty chairs. We never came because there are people. We came because we had an idea, and the idea has to move. And that is life. We don't move because things are there. We move as we fix things. And God has a smart way of moving with men who move with that mindset. That we move as we build. We don't build then move. If God has to be God, then you have to move whether you are seeing it or not. Romans chapter 4 says, we speak things that are not as if they are. There is that level. And so my prayer is that even as you've come here, some of you don't even have money to start organizations. Start that organization on social media. Put the logo. Start moving. It is last week that I went at Masterclass. They wanted to give our organization a grant. And they asked me, have you registered the organization? I told them we're in the process. And I thought they would say, now we are not giving you. They said, we love that. The fact that you moved, whether it was registered or not. Because the money was not there. It's not our fault. But we had the idea. So you begin. Some of you, after this meeting, you have to go and start that business. You have to go and start that idea, whether the capital is there or not. Emmanuel, please, you can stand up. This is a friend of mine. He called me 1 month ago and then he was like, I've been checking you out on Facebook, TikTok, and I love what you're doing. And I would like you to come to Kakamega and speak to 100 people. And then I asked him, why don't we do 1,000? Because he wanted me to go and do a training, something like an I speak. And he said, oh no, natatoa wapi pesa watu 1,000? Nikamwambia, kata simu nipigie after dakika 20 nikwambie tutatoa wapi hiyo pesa. And we had a 2-hour phone call. He wrote notes. And then I prayed. And I told him, see you next month as we gather 1,000. The guy has managed to gather 6,000 people next weekend. The money is not yet there, but those people are there. And next weekend we're having an event in Kakamega. And he said he just wants to come in Kilifi and see how it's done. A phone call triggered something. And that event has attracted the whole government of Kakamega. Will be there. More than 30 school principals are interested He went foot by foot. He does not even have a team. He compiled the team that week. Why? Because there's something called vitality. That we don't move because things are there. We move because we believe in what we're doing. And in this life, you have to be your first audience. I remember when I began my YouTube channel, I opened other 4 channels. So I used to go and like that YouTube channel, then I comment with these other 4 channels, and then I share on my status. And then I had 4 WhatsApp numbers, so I could share with all of them. So when I posted my first video, it had 50 views, but I had like 21 views. Then I could go and take my mom's phone, neighbors' phones, my friends' phones, and view that YouTube channel. And I could comment, good content, you're going far. Because I believed in what I was doing. And you have to be the first fan of yourself. That is life. Let's go to the last slide. Last slide is about attitude, latitude, and altitude. Let us learn some geography. Attitude is about how far you can go. Latitude is where you are standing. Then there's altitude. How high can you see? Those things need to be there. You need to have the attitude, the altitude, and the latitude. How far, where, and how high can you see? Do you want the key or do you want the bread? What is the bread? If all of us were to meet great people, 90% of the DMs I see zinakuanga za nipeleke nipatane na PLO. Sina school fees, which is justified. But my question is, shall we get at a place where, as a young person, you can meet great people and not borrow them money? Shall we get at a place where, as a young person, you can meet great people and before you ask for something, you tell them, I can do this for you? Because giving opens up the mind of a person. When you ask for something, when you've met someone for the first time, it releases 13 times negative energy. That person closes their ears as you're speaking. They're not even listening to you anymore. So you don't ask for things in the first meeting. The first meeting is for you to offer solutions, not things. So the first time you meet people, don't ask for things. They might not tell you, but they will draw back. They will draw back. And so it is important that anytime you're meeting people, you don't ask for bread, you ask for the key. What is the bread? The bread is something that will satisfy you for today, then end the relationship. I tell you the truth, there are great people I've met that have never borrowed money. There are 4 types of people you'll meet. People you'll ask from, people you'll share with, people you'll grow with, and people you'll believe with. People you'll ask from, people you'll share with, people you'll grow with, and people you'll believe with. People you believe with will never give you money, but they can pray with you and they can stand with you. People you ask from are people who will give you things, but they are not your friends. People you'll grow with are people who will be there in your journey to build you, but they might never correct you. People you'll share with are people who will correct you and they will walk with you, but they'll never give you anything. Know how to distinguish those 4 relationships. When I began my journey, there are friends I could cut off because I thought they're not helping me. But those are the people who used to pray for me, and I didn't know. Because I felt like these people are not supporting me. At the setup there is a guy called Ken. Ken ndo huwa anarekodi hizo video zangu za TikTok. And Ken has never asked me for any money. Ndaishia saa zingine amechoka saa 7 usiku aseme come nikurecord and he shoot. This is the first event actually Ken is there because of work. Hadi event zangu bingi ya kwangi, lakini anatengeneza poster anitumie video na niambie Buddha wewe all the best. So if I measure friendship with how much you attend events, I might see he's not a friend. And now life, you have to distinguish those 4 relationships. I've done for you a cocktail because I don't just want to teach you about communication. It's good to know how to communicate, but it's also good to know how to distinguish those 4 relationships. It will really help you a lot. And even as you keep on climbing as a young person, my prayer is that you shall build stature and you shall not get tired in building stature. And that these things shall be consistent. Can we do a recap from the first one? And then you guys can go for a break. Can begin with the first C. Which was the first C? Yes? Content. That is the first C. The second one, context. The third one, composure. Let us say it with energy. The first one, energy. The first one. The second one. The third one, say it with boldness. The third one, composure. You say composure. We can begin with the first one. The first one, content. The second one, context. The third one, the fourth one, capacity. The fifth one. Now let us stop there. I want you to master these 5. As you're entering an interview room, you enter saying these 5 things in your head. Content, context, composure, capacity. You are saying these things. You are saying it. Culture. It's in your head. You're reminding yourself that as you meet a great person, you shall never forget those 5 C's. They're in your head. You can forget the rest, but make sure that your 5 fingers don't forget the 5. Let them be here. So this person is asking you questions. Why should we support you? Remember content. Where shall we take this man? You remember context. Who have you been surrounded with? You remember culture. So why? Where did you come from? You remember capacity. So let's begin again from the first one. You need to count. I want you to believe in this as you count. Because let me tell you something. In a meeting in America, a man organized a revival meeting and only 6 people came. And among the 6 people, there was a small child. He preached for 3 days and he was complaining to God. God, I'm a big man. How can you bring 6 people in a meeting? He quitted ministry. 36 years later, as he was going to travel, he saw a stadium that was filled. And that boy that gave his life in that meeting was Billy Graham. Billy Graham impacted 96 million people, but he was preached to in a meeting of 6 people. So I don't know who I'm speaking to today. You might be here in Kilifi, but maybe I'm speaking to the next billionaire, someone who shall own schools. So that is why we are taking this with our hearts. Right now you are seated there in a plastic chair. No one knows you in this meeting, but there is something that you carry. And now you are here. This is why we came to Kilifi. Maybe you have been praying and asking God, now I need to build capacity. I don't know where I shall start from. Now this one is here. So can we count it again? With belief, vigor and zeal. The first one is content. The second one is, the third one is composure. The fourth one, the fifth one, currency. Don't forget those things. We are not even going to the 6th. Don't forget the 5. Let them be in your fingertips as you sleep. If you are selling chapati, it needs to have the 5. Your content. How good is your chapati? Context. Where are you selling the chapati? Composure. How bold do you believe in your chapatis? Which markets can you enter? The fourth one was capacity. For how many years have you been building? Which ingredients have you put in your chapati? The fifth one was currency. How much can your chapati be bought at? I have a one-on-one class where I teach people public speaking. It's a small class of 10 people. And I asked them, give me 5 types of chapatis. I asked them, tell me how you can cook chapatis. One lady said, I'll use water, sugar, salt, and flour. Then another young man said, I'll use carrots, milk, flour. He said like 6 ingredients. And then I asked my team, amongst these 2 people, which chapati can you buy at 100? They said that one for milk, carrots, and all this. I asked them why. They said because it has a lot of ingredients and because I want you to experience something new. There is a level where people don't buy products, they buy experience. So add some experience in whatever you're doing. If you're a public speaker, what experience are you adding? If you're a photographer, apart from taking people pictures, add a logo in that picture. Package it nicely. I've always told the person who shaves Hassan Joho always puts for him music and plays violin anytime he goes to shave him. He's paid 150,000. While there's someone who's shaving so well being paid 40 because of experience that they're selling. The person who massages the president in terms of therapy and all those things, when he comes to do the therapy, he also comes to do a medical checkup for the whole body, brings a nutritionist to give him fruit juice, and apart from that, they also do exercises around the compound. He brings a gym instructor. He is paid 1 million per month. And there is a lady who is doing massage for 10 people, Nanalipo 3,000. Doing the same job, but paid differently because of the experience that they are selling to the person. I want us to go to the V. Which V do you remember? You can just shout it. Yes? Vision. Someone has said vision, value, vitality. So let us now do a summary. So there is vision, there is value, and there is vitality. We can repeat that. There is now let us say it with vigor. There is Now can we remember the C's and the V's? And then we shall be okay. We shall be good to go. You can forget everything, but don't forget these things. So you can close your eyes. Test your memory a bit. Just close your eyes and let's do this together. Some of you will enter into boardroom meetings for interviews and you will remember this day. The first C was content. The second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, currency. We can do it again. The first one, content. The second one, the third one, composure. The fourth one, the fifth one. Now it's coming, it's coming. Let's do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now 1, 2, 3, 5. You guys ought to remember now. These things need to be here. If you ever go in a date, na usahau nini unafaa kuambia manzi. Mwambie, let me teach you public speaking. Mwambie, now there are 5 things that you need. Your Instagram is not doing very well. Let me teach you these things. Then the V's, there is number 1 V is vision. The second one, the third one. Okay, this is great. You guys have mastered. Now we are done. This is what made us come from Nairobi to just come and teach you these things. And we are happy. Now I would like you guys to go on a break to think. But as you go on that break, I want to dare you something. I love daring people. I dare you to practice some of these things during this break. Go and teach someone. And you can give them one more reason to come here and join us. If one person here can convince 3 people, we are around 300 here. So 300 of us need to bring 900 people. So I'm convincing you to go and do that. Practice a few of these things. Go and give those people results. This is what we've learned. Come learn. And if you convince those 3 people, where is Betty? Please stand up. If you convince those 3 people, you'll come to Betty and tell Betty, I've brought my 3 people. They were not here, and I've taught them whatever they are supposed to learn. I have a gift for you if you'll convince those 3 people. Give them reasons. The next session, we shall be having a panel session. We shall be joined by 2 deputy governors, the deputy governor of Kilifi and the deputy governor of Bungoma. And then we have Seko. Please stand up, sir. This guy is the guy who funded my second event. He funded about 40% of it. And the man believes in me so much. He traveled last night just to come and see what I'm doing. And he works with Equity Bank. He's the head of partnership. He will tell you how he got a job at Equity when he didn't even have a degree. Then someone paid for him a scholarship to the US. And he used to study there with our former president, Uhuru Kenyatta. And they are good buddies. And this is a guy who recommended our organization to Masterclass Foundation to receive a grant of good money. I'll not mention the amount. So he's our friend. He'll just be sharing basic principles that could build interpersonal relationships. So he'll have a panel session of 4 phenomenal, powerful people, 2 in government, and also he'll be joined by Dr. Wale Akinyemi, the man who became a billionaire at the age of 33, a powerful speaker, and he owns a palace here in Kilifi. He's a Nigerian who has survived in Kenya. Great man, writing speeches for 16 presidents in Africa. He'll come and share with us. And also he'll be giving a scholarship to about 1,000 people who will be here. A scholarship for the Street University, where you learn business package. Then after learning for 16 weeks, business packages online, you'll be funded $30,000 US. You begin a business. So this is the value we're giving you. So the second session will be power-packed. Come for it. I'm telling you, it is going to be something. Tell your neighbor it is going to be something. Imagine kan nimesema hizi vitu na mimi ndio kwa watu wote mimi ndio siko fiti. Mimi ndio wa mwisho. Je, sasa wengine watasema nini sasa? So come for the second session. It will be a panel session. Then in the afternoon, we shall be having a prayer rally. You have seen that there are worshipers here, where we shall just raise our worship. And then after worshiping, we shall pray for people who want to start things, but you have never started. We want to release this grace in Kilifi. So hadi kama mtakuwa waseso, ni wewe tumekujia. Tutapray pamoja na tu release kitu hapa. Si ndio? Wasewa affect generation. Ama ni aje? Sawa sawa. So that is how the day looks like. We began a little bit late because of a few technicalities, but we thank God that you guys are here. And it's a message. Nalikuwa nimeambia mtu aliniambia Buddha Pwani University wasewa watokeangi event kama hizo. Huko watu wanakuanga wametulia. Kaambia ni sawa. Tukipata wasembao kitu tutawaambia hao ndo wataleta waseso. So please disapprove that statement. This is not an ordinary campus and you guys have carried something. That is my presentation. That is what I had for you. In the evening, I'll be sharing about how can you be relevant in God's kingdom and at the same time carry greatness. And how can you partner with God in a generation so that God can give you these things and you can carry the agenda in your family, in the generation, and in the continent. And then we shall pray. Even though siku inakaa. So God will bless. How many are promising to come with 3 people? How many? Maze unajua unatoka hapa kama umeendea wase wako watatu. Unawajua hadi sasa wako online. Unawaendea tu kwa hiyo bedsit unaambia mazee hautaendelea kusakatana na ukijana. Ukijana atakusaidia focus kuja hapa. Na unakuja unamvuta kwa event na ukishamvuta unakuja unaambia beti ndio watu wangu watatu. So I'd like you to do me a favor. On Facebook we are live and we shall be live even for the other sessions. Just search Benihin Walubengo. There is a last slide. Do you want to be my friend? If you want to be my friend, these are my social medias. Instagram Oreta Walubengo. You can just search Walubengo. I'm here. Facebook Benihin Walubengo. TikTok Benihin Walubengo. YouTube Walubengo. So wherever place you can search Walubengo. There's a boy called Benihin in this school. And I was so happy to meet him. And today I'll also be giving him an award. May God bless you. May God keep you. Will you just allow me to pray for you? I know that there are different religions here and I respect every single religion. And I love Muslims because Muslims never fear showing off their God. Mnaweza kuwa hadi mkutano. Kuna siku tulikuwa sherehe tukiwa form 3. Beshte yangu fulani Muislamu alikuwa na a girl was talking. Sitaki kutumia lugha ya sheng. Alikuwa anakula hiyo kitu. Nikaona imefika masaa, akaambia manzi songa songa. Akaenda akatandika hiyo kitu na akaanza kuswali. Na jamaa ametoka kudishi kitu hapo kando. Nikasema jamaa wako serious aje. So nikasema kutoka hiyo siku, even me as a Christian, I'll never shy away from showing off my God. Sindio? So I respect every religion and we honor you. And thank you even for coming, for our Muslim brothers. Thank you for coming for this event. For the next session still, it's not about religion. So keep coming and keep learning. Allow me to pray with you. You can just stand up and let us make a declaration. Just raise up your hand and say, Father, you can touch your head. Father, whatever I have learned, may it affect my destiny. May it affect my generation. Use it to affect my image. Use it to affect how people see me. Use it to affect my destiny. And from today, I am not an ordinary man. I'm not an ordinary woman. I shall stand out wherever I go. I shall be a king. I shall be a queen. And I shall carry value. And from today, I refuse to be normal. I refuse to be normal. Declare that thing from your heart. I refuse to be normal. I am a disruptor. And wherever I go, I am going against patterns. And from today, I shall choose to stand out. Now let me pray for you. Father, I thank you and I honor you. I pray that, Lord, may you now raise disruptors for yourself. And Lord, I pray even for the next session, may the heavens open up in this place. That, Lord, this is not just an event. Let the Holy Spirit hover around. Lord, we call upon every person that is supposed to be here. Let the influence of Jesus arise in this territory. And Lord, we thank you and we honor you. Father, we pray that let your wisdom dwell in this place. That, Lord, whatever we are doing shall be affected and generations shall be impacted. Father, we thank you and we honor you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Let us clap for Jesus.
So a better round of applause for Benihin Walubengo. I wish I could say I told you. Tell your friend I told you. Tell them I told you. So a better round of applause for Benihin. And a better round of applause for Jesus. And I feel this is just the start of the disruption, yeah? There are those I told come to the front in the morning and they were looking at me and wondering, now this girl. Anyway, it was so nice. Thank you so much. And we are so excited even for the guests that have come. Thank you, Mr. Seko. Really lovely to have you with us, yeah? So,
yes.
Steve?
Yes. Thank you. That's it. I think we've been prayed for. We're just going to break for lunch and quickly do what we normally do over lunch hour, then fall back with your 3 to 6 people. Thank you. That's it.
So 20 minutes and then we'll be back here, all right? So tell your neighbor 20 minutes. So you have 20 minutes to 1, have your lunch, 2, bring your 3 people, yeah? All right, enjoy your lunch. Thank you. DJ.
Wanadai mamresh kwa video, wanataka mabumbum twaf, naomba ningepata huyu mmoja ambaye amechoka, anahisi there's more to life, kwa hakika hii nyimbo itamfaa. Hiyo nafsi moja tu, shuka tu, umguze, tizama alivyokuja, asirudi vile. Hiyo nafsi moja tu, shuka tu, umguze, tizama alivyokuja, asirudi vile. Amechoka na addiction za majani, wavela tindikali, kuwaleta kejani mfungue. Sister amechoka na kubebwa kimandazi, kutumika na machali, anatamani yawe wifi one day. You nafsi moja tu, shuka tu, umguze, tizama alivyokuja, asirudi vile. You nafsi moja tu, shuka tu, umguze, tizama alivyokuja, asirudi vile. You nafsi moja tu, shuka tu, umguze, tizama alivyokuja, asirudi vile. Hiyo nafsi moja tu, shuka tu, umguze, tizama alivyokuja, asirudi vile. Utawacha 99 ufikie mmoja, bweni mchungaji, utawacha 99